Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. All right. Thank you for the follow, Picato. Uh, or Picat Zero, whichever it is. Alrighty. Now let me get those invites sent out. YouTube community at home. Hello, welcome. Uh, for anyone in the future watching this on YouTube who just wants to know about the game Diabolic, hello as well. This is one of my favorite little indie games. Uh, it's like $4 on Steam right now. It's really worth the price. You can get 6 hours of enjoyment out of it, which is what I plan on doing here for the 6 hour stream. Yeah, and right now it's on sale until like February 22nd of like mostly 83% off. Though granted, when I upload this, that sale is going to be over because I'm going to be uploading it a week ahead of time, a week later. But still, at the time of me recording this, it's still on sale. But even when it's not on sale, it's $4, and it's worth it at $4 in my opinion. All right, hello everybody. Well, let me read this out. So, hello everybody. Bugboy, and you with Friday. This we will be playing a little indie game called Diabolic. A $4 game on Steam that I think is worth the price simply due to the hours enjoyment out of it and black micro transactions. Was main line one. Where's the stream for here? Game Lounge. Promotion. Oop. Self-promotion. Boop. I'll move you up. Promotion. And, final one. Self-promotion. There we go. I have it sent out to everyone now. I'm going to go get a glass of water while I wait for people to join the stream, and then we'll get started. with Diabolic. Let me go ahead and get the game loaded so you can at least hear it in the background. Oh, right. Yep, there we go. Now you can at least hear it. Dad wants me to check my photos charts, so I'm going to check that real quick. Yep. Yeah. I had to explain to my dad stuff about stream. Alright, I have returned. 14 minutes. Okay, that's not bad. Let's hear what. I was out there for like 8 minutes. And we have 0 views. Okay. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I also need to stream it there too. Okay. So yes, welcome to Diabolic. This is a very fun game. Well, okay, I won't say it's very fun. I'd say it's very worth the price. Yeah, and full screen doesn't really work. Sadly, this thing only has like 2 different window sizes. It's like this size and full screen. And granted, you can't see how big this is, but if I just quickly switch to this camera, you can kind of see how big this is. So it's like either this or full screen, which it looks fine on that one, but on here it looks a little iffy. So yeah, I have to play at this size. But anyway, I'll go back to live. That way you guys can at least see it in full screen. Yeah, the music is by Kai Engel, Kamiko, and Sergei Cheremisinov. I butchered that. I apologize. I did not mean to. Turn the music off, you turn the sound off. See all the achievements. I've actually gotten every achievement. Sometimes you can only achieve if you have a few clear saves. Yeah. You click play. Here we go. Welcome, viewer. Actually, yeah. And go back. Welcome to Diabolic. This is a very fun game. It's a very small game. It's a short game, but it's a fun game, and I could probably knock this out in 6 hours. Don't know who is viewing, but that's okay. Do I have a way to check? No, I don't reasonably have a way to check. Okay, that's fine. So, yeah. One moment, let me check something real quick. If I do this, will it run better? Yeah, it runs a little bit better. Okay. Yep. Alright, sorry, I just noticed a little bit of slowdown in the game. But yeah, this is Diabolic. So you have, you move around the world, you have 3 different attacks. You have the sword, you have fireballs, which uses the mana on the right side, and you have arrows, which you have a limited quantity of arrows. And there's a limited quantity of arrows in the map, so basically the general thing is that melee is just really short range, the fireballs are good, and arrows are just as good as fireballs, except they do twice the damage of fireballs. Which, of course, yeah. But unlike fireballs, they cannot be fired on the move, where the fireballs can be fired on the move. Anyway. yeah, Z, X, C, and you move around with the arrow keys. WASD doesn't work. You actually have to move around with the arrow keys. Anyway, this is bread. We can pick that up for health. So the goal of the game is just to do the objectives, adventure, get to the end. In this case, find the portal. The undead attacked us. You need to report this to the king. Find the portal. It will take you to a field not far from the kingdom. Alright, busty lady. Do just that. Yeah. Oop. I was pressing the wrong button. Yeah, see, our fireballs do 10 damage to them, whereas our arrows do 20. And these things drop lots of arrows. So... try to use the different weapons. Each weapon has their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, you see that the sword stuns enemies when it hits them, which is quite nice. Some enemies can't be stunned, but most enemies can be stunned. And that makes the sword very useful for keeping enemies off of you, especially when they swarm you. The AI in this game is relatively simple, but that's fine by me. The red orb on the left is my health, the red orb on the right is my mana, which the mana is only used for fireball, and we'll get more magic abilities other than just fireball, by the way. Those come later, because they're based on level rather than leveling up. Sorry, they're based on the level that you're in, rather than your own character stats, as to what magic you have available. Because right now we only have fireball, later on we'll get other things. Yeah, you can break boxes to get more gold, and gold is used to purchase upgrades to your stats. The wolves are attacking my sheep. Please kill them. Their lair is to the east. Is in the east. So we get our first optional quest, and usually optional quests are harder but give you more stuff. So yeah. Game isn't particularly hard, but it's... oh, I like it. It's only like $4, so what do you... It's fun. It's surprisingly fun, given the fact that there's like a bunch of different upgrades you can do for your character, a bunch of different builds you can do. And eventually you can just get enough gold to max out all of the stuff for your character, so it's not like you're really like losing one thing to get another thing. It's just about when you pick up certain upgrades and that. Aww. So yeah, there. Even though there's so many wolves, I was able to keep them back thanks to my sword. Of course, that won't always be the case. Sometimes you'll be surrounded, or sometimes you'll have enemies that shoot you, and then you suddenly have to figure out what to do. Like here, for example. Certainly not a super fast-paced game. And there we go. Figured out all the wolves. There are warders. A bunch of wolves on it. Bit of poisons. Yeah, it's certainly not a fast-paced game. It's a quite enjoyable one. If you don't mind taking your time. I believe your movement speed can be improved if you buy movement speed upgrades. Because there's 4 different sets of upgrades, which we'll see later. One is for general stats, one is for your sword, one is for your magic, and one is for your arrows. The upgrade tier. I'm just going to use some of these arrows, considering we have so many. When I first played this, I fully went into magic and almost exclusively used magic, and then on my second playthrough, I went with arrows. So I think this time I'll dump into my sword, mostly, because I haven't really done a pure melee playthrough for this game yet. So I think I'll dump into general stats and sword just to play through. I haven't done that yet. So yeah, here's the 4 different things. There's the hero, sword, magic, and range attack, which I just call arrows. And yeah, you can improve your max health, run speed, the spears more effective. What that basically means is those spears in the grounds that provide, the red ones provide health, the blue ones provide mana. And the more you upgrade this, the more they give you back. Upgrades initially cost 50 gold, and this cost goes up by 10 every single time you upgrade. There's no, like, ramping up or anything, it's just up by 10. So, I'm going to do Sword Vampire. Let's see, yeah, it went from there to 100. What Sword Vampire does is every time you hit an enemy, it heals you. Which is nice. And yeah, you could go right back to the city if you want to. Which, if I click this again, you can go right back. Or, you could go to the cave. And as you see, there's 10 levels in the game. You can go, sorry, to the field, not to the cave. So at any point, you can go back to a previous level, get gold from that level, and then keep going. I remember this place. I need to find a cave through it. I'll get straight to the castle walls. Okay. So yeah, if you ever feel like you're under-leveled for the current level, you can just go back and see every time I'm killing one of these enemies, I'm gaining my health. It's not when I hit an enemy, it's when I kill an enemy. So at first, I'm going to upgrade Sword Vampire and my maximum HP. Oh, I just got hit. And there we go. Let's get them all on one side of me. Now that they're all on one side, now they actually will walk directly into my blade, which is quite nice. Basically, the AI always tries to get within an X-axis of you and then walk straight towards you. So you saw those wolves went straight down to try and get into an X-axis. And you don't need... the only ways to heal, by the way, are sword vampirism and healing items you can find on the ground. Which usually are either in the form of red orbs or in the form of bread that you can find in fields. And we just got the blue key. I also got hit by a wolf in the process, but we got the blue key. And pick up a lot more arms. Alright. And yeah, you can cut these fields to... you'll get gold, but you'll also get bread, as you can see there. Items, I believe, never despawn. I don't believe any items ever despawn, so you can just leave this bread lying around, and it'll stay around. Though I don't know for sure, but I've never seen it happen. Forgot enemy spawn there. Alright, yeah, they're all trying to get on the Z-axis with me, so I'll just stand here and they'll walk into my sword. And thankfully, because of how sword vampirism works, because of how the sword works, they all get stunned when they get within range. That's quite nice. The game does get more difficult over time. But then again, it's not. There's a stronger variation. Take more hits to kill him, but he still can be stunned, so. And they do get to move a little bit in between each sword swing, so it's not like they're perma-stunned. They will eventually reach you if you don't upgrade your sword damage. They'll eventually reach you before you kill them, but I'm just clearing this for all the gold. Because the more gold you have, the more upgrades you can buy, the better you can make your character. Red key. you have anything to tell me? No. By the way, you don't really interact with the villagers in this game. When they have something to say, you just walk up to them and they have a text box that appears. So anytime you've been seeing a text box appearing, it hasn't been me pressing a button or anything. They just say something. Yeah, you're playing as this knight going around saving people, I guess, and fighting monsters. Right now, we're trying to find a dungeon. And optional quest, we're trying to find the treasure in the labyrinth. We haven't even found the labyrinth. So, yeah. My favorite weapon in this game is probably the arrows. It's personal preference, but this time I'm going for a melee build. Though if you see me use arrows, that's why, because they're it was probably my favorite run of the game was playing as the arrow character, just because some of the arrow abilities are quite good. Because arrow is based on basically damage, but the caveat being it'll range you run out of ammo. Ah, here we go. Here's a new enemy. So these are spawners. You'll see them glow purple, and then when they glow purple, they'll eventually spawn out an enemy, and they'll infinitely do this until you kill the spawner. And yeah, you have to actually attack the spawner to kill them. So if you're not careful, and there's sometimes a lot of these things, so if you're not careful, you can quite easily get overwhelmed. And yeah. So welcome to the labyrinth, the hedge maze labyrinth. And the gimmick of this labyrinth is that there's spawners. And I believe monsters can move through the hedges? Yeah, monsters can move through the hedges, but you cannot. It's not exactly the place you can get lost into, because you can see the entire labyrinth at once, so you know where everything is. But got stuck on a corner. That sometimes happens. It's like any game. Corners aren't really handled super well. Thankfully, while the stunning spawners does actually serve a purpose, because it actually helps prevent them from spawning. See, while it's stunned, it won't actually turn purple, because it has to leave the stun state. So, yeah, hitting them with melee does actually have a purpose. And here we go. Pile of chests. These are chests, by the way. I call them boxes, but they're supposed to be chests. That gave us a good amount of arrows, gold, and health. So that was quite nice. This game is quite slow-paced, but also unique, and I like it. Ah, there's one that spawned behind us now. Two of them, actually. I just noticed. Anyways, now we killed that guy. I need to stand here and kill enemies for a while. Because we got lots of skeleton boys coming at us. Yeah. Arrows cannot pierce targets, fireballs cannot pierce targets, but your sword can pierce an unlimited number of targets. So, you know, if you want to get enemies off of you, and there's a lot of them, you often want to use your sword. And yeah, we get into a situation right here where I can't just sit there and attack enemies all day, because they're just going to keep spawning more at a faster rate than I'm able to kill them. So I actually have to be a little careful with what I'm doing. Yeah, these first few levels are pretty simple, but things get more hectic as time goes on, and that was just me being careless. Because I have sword vampirism, so I don't mind. You can attack diagonally, by the way. You just have to press up and left at the same time while you're holding down the button. By the way, you don't have to constantly repeat the button. You can just hold it down and it will fire. One of the other downsides about the sword is just how slow it is. It's the slowest weapon in the game compared to the sword and magic. Okay, where are these spawners? They're there. And there's the portal. You could just make a run for it if you want to, but I like killing all the enemies. Alright. Though, admittedly, the sight of you running away from an undead horde that's chasing behind you is really cool looking. But I like killing all the enemies before I actually do this. Alright, there we go. And we've cleared the level. Alright, we're brought back here. So, I think I'll increase my max. Well, I'll increase my word speed. Some things increase by 1 when you upgrade them, some by 0.25. It depends on the stat. And yeah, I guess we'll go over what each of the different stats are. So max HP is what it sounds like. Run speed is self-explanatory. Spheres. Sword. For the sword, you can improve the amount of damage it does, the amount of healing it gives you when it kills an enemy, and just protection from range attacks. So you reduce the amount of damage you take from range attacks. Which we haven't seen any of these yet, but they'll come in later. For magic, you can improve the damage, you can improve the maximum amount of mana that you have available, and you can improve how fast your mana regenerates. And for range attacks, which is my favorite trait, you can just increase the damage. And if you see, range attacks, they start at 20 and go to 80, whereas everything else starts at 10 and goes to 40. So they have, like, double the actual power of both of these, just in terms of all things. You can add poison bolts, which I forget exactly how this works, but I believe every one of your bolts poison, and this just determines how long they're poisoned. I think is what this determines. I don't remember. But then there's also a chance not to spend bolts, and you can get up to 45%. So you can have like a 45% chance that every time you fire, you're not actually going to spend it. So I guess they're not arrows. I guess they're crossbow bolts, but still. Wait, did I upgrade? I think I upgraded. Yeah, I upgraded my run speed. Yeah, okay, now I'm faster. I am definitely faster. So yeah, I guess I could do that. Oh, wait, no, I cannot. Okay, never mind. I keep wanting to like screen share this game on Discord, but when I do, it chugs. So I want to do that. Red crystals threaten me, block me from the way to exit from the cave. Divide the red targets with a crossbow or magic. The person who made this game is not a native English speaker. So, but yes, we get red crystals. They block our path, prevent us from moving. You have to do enough damage to kill them. You can do that with arrows or magic or whatnot. Though, if you have access to be able to shoot them, to be able to hit them with your sword, you can still also hit them with your sword. That works too. So yeah, usually, well, I say usually. Every time I did this, I did a different build. Oh, these guys. I forgot about those little floaty head dudes. Very confined space. They're great for healing yourself if you have a sword vampirism, but they're also a little, they jump you. They jump you quite often, and usually in very large numbers. Ah, mushrooms. Here's the first enemy with a ranged attack. And it hurts quite a bit. Yeah, see? It hurt me for 15. Just Quite a bit in this. Ah! Okay. I need to be a little careful because I'm actually pretty low on HP. Well, I say pretty low. I'm at like 60%. So kill these guys. Okay. There's a little bit of healing. And yeah, you could try to kill those guys with melee, but I don't recommend it. If you got arrows, just use the arrows. Even if you don't have them upgraded at all, because usually 3 of them is enough to kill these guys. Even if you max out the damage on your sword, it's still going to take 2 sword swings. Because the maximum amount of damage you can put on your sword is 40. What? Get me in here. Okay, good. Sometimes it's hard to find a position where you can get all the enemies to walk in front of you. I mean, earlier it was easy because we're in open fields. Here, it's kind of hard. I had to figure out exactly what to do it. Alright. By the way, if an arrow hits the wall, most of the time it won't be destroyed, and you just... Sorry, if a bolt hits the wall. Let me get my mouse off the screen. Can I get it fully off the screen? I guess not. I guess it's just kind of stuck on the screen. Oh. I never noticed that little detail. Apologies if that bothers you, but I can't actually get this off the screen. Even if I, like, click away, it won't stay. Because, yeah, it doesn't lock my mouse in there, but the mouse cursor just stays. I never knew that. Also, mushrooms cannot be stunned with melee attacks. Unlike spawners, mushrooms cannot be stunned. So, yeah, I do not recommend attacking them with your sword. Of course, I could get protection from range attacks and increasing my max health, and that will help these guys be less threatening, but these are the least threatening of all the ranged enemies. There will be a boss fight coming up. I don't know if it's after this level or after the next one, I don't remember. So this is a little side area here. Up there is the main goal, but you know, there's these side areas. And I kind of want to go here. Because you notice there's these blocks. We can't go through these because these require a red key. So we have to go find the key. And, oh hey look, there's a blue key. But if you look over here, there's a red key. Let's go get it. I'm sure we won't be jumped by monsters. Oh, wait a minute. We're always going to be jumped by monsters. By the way, arrows also stun enemies. Fireballs do not stun, but arrows and swords do stun enemies. The main difference between the arrow and the sword is that the arrow won't pierce targets, so it will only ever stun one enemy, whereas the sword will stun any amount of enemies in front of you. We just haven't seen the arrow stun enemies because so far, the only people I've fired the arrow at is normal skeleton dudes, which get one shot, or the mushrooms, which can't be stunned. Anyways. So now we got through that gate, but we need to get through the blue one. Yeah, picking up a key just makes those gates disappear. You don't need to use the key on the gates. It just... the gates straight up disappear. And yeah, you can see the guy inching closer to me every time I hit him. Okay, I need to go around. Higher movement speed definitely does help you juke enemies around the way that I'm doing. If you don't have higher movement speed, that's really hard to do sometimes, and sometimes straight up impossible if you can't get there fast enough. Also, there's infinite spawners, so I can't just stand there and do that. I mean, I could, but there'd be no point. I'm pretty sure you can't get gold from skeletons that are being spawned in. You might be able to, but I don't think so. Or at least, if you can, I've never done it. But yeah, arrows also do stun enemies. Fireballs, however, do not. Well, they might. Actually, it looked like they did there. Huh. I didn't know that fireballs stun enemies. I guess I just haven't really ever noticed it. Huh. Strange. Regardless, this is a parallel situation. Thankfully, the sword hits a little bit to your right and a little bit to your left as well as in front of you, so you can kind of have like a little bit of a cone of protection. Okay. Mom. And there's the portal to leave. But you see, there's this entire side area we could go to, and there's this mysterious green key we could get. What's all this about? Well, ahead is a clearing of blue mushrooms. They say that it hides a lot of valuable things. Yeah, there's a lot of extra stuff you can get if you go there. Is the blue key here? Is the green key here? No. Okay, I already went over there. Sadly, I cannot get the mouse cursor off the screen. I apologize. The game does not have an option to do that. So yeah, now there's a lot of them. You have to be careful and methodical and... Oh. It says additional quest completed because I got near the green key, but I didn't actually clear out the mushrooms yet. Oh geez, I'm about to die. Okay, grab this, grab this. Red health spheres, yes. I feel safer. Missed. Yay, okay, I finally got all of them. Yeah, these white sparkly things are worth 3 instead of 1 gold, so they're worth quite a bit of gold. As you saw, my health got pretty low there. And this game doesn't have any sort of indicator, by the way, when you are in low health. It just, the meter is low. I have no ability to see exactly how much health I have left, other than, like, the vague indicator in the bottom left. So, yeah. So that was cool. Now we have 1,132 gold. So we can spend it on more stuff. I'm probably going to get myself a lot more health. Yep. Now I have 60 more health. So that's, a 60% higher health bar. But now it's time to fight the boss. That's... Wish me luck. There he is. The boss also has a ranged attack and summons enemies. Okay, well, I'm out of arrows now. The boss doesn't move, but the boss summons enemies and has a ranged attack and can Does a lot of damage when it does hit you. And you can see the boss's health bar above its head. And yeah, it hits you for 20 every time it hits you. Thankfully though, because it keeps spawning these guys, I can actually reasonably get health back. It'll spawn in tougher enemies, as you can see though. Maybe protection from ranged would have been better here, who knows? Also, stronger enemies will just naturally spawn over time as you do more damage. You can run up and hit the boss with your melee weapon, by the way, but I don't suggest it mainly because of how little damage your melee weapon does. Or arrows. Arrows periodically spawn over the course of the fight. It's quite nice. Oh, I thought I was using my sword there. Alright, I have him at like 20% health. Because I think he started at like 1200. Just need to kill these guys to heal. That's mostly why I'm hitting those guys with my sword. And yeah, this game is very precise about its numbers. Which is funny, given the vague indicators in the bottom left and right, but yeah. Besides those, the game is very precise about how its numbers work and everything. Every enemy has a very specific amount of health, they do very specific damage. You know, every boss has a number above their head telling exactly how much health they have left. There's very rarely any gimmicks. The player has invincibility frames, by the way, that occur after they get hit, so they won't rapidly keep getting hit, which is quite nice. And I believe the arrows respawn anytime you run out, but I don't know for sure. And also, yeah, periodically orbs will spawn to help heal you. Because obviously, if you didn't have sword vampirism, this would be harder if orbs didn't ever spawn. And there we go. The boss is dead. Yay. And with the boss being dead, there's a portal out of here. So let me just clear out the last of these enemies. And you saw the boss dropped a ton of money. So if you want to repeat a level over and over and over again just to get more money, repeating the boss level is usually a pretty good thing. And I usually end up doing that. So I'm curious how much protection from ranged actually does. So I'm going to do this. Does this straight up minus damage? I'm going to repeat the boss fight again because I'm going to repeat it 5 times, just FYI. Yes, it straight up reduces the amount of damage you take. So I wonder if I get 20 protection from ranged, will his attack just do nothing to me? I've honestly never tested that. Sending so many little dudes at me. Yeah, we know I can do this fight. So if I was recording this and not live streaming this, I would probably cut here and show up in the future once I've done the boss fight 3 times. But since I'm doing this live, you'll get to see this live. And the boss fight is pretty quick. That's the reason why I suggest, like, if you can do this boss fight reasonably consistently, I suggest using this to help train early on because it's the quickest way to get a lot of money. Technically, the previous level that we did gives you more money than this one, but it also takes quite a bit longer to do that. So it's not really super worth it. And yeah, as we saw there, arrows just pop out of the ground. I don't know exactly what triggers that, but I'm sure there's a specific thing. It might just be periodically over time, now that I think about it. Same with the orbs, it might just be periodically over time. And yeah, as you see that, I'm pretty consistently keeping my health bar up. So, this isn't even nearly as much of a concern as it was last time. Standing up here seems like a good idea, but it's also very dangerous because of that one attack, which he hasn't done yet. That attack, because it hits the entire top section. And yeah, I'm getting hit by enemies, but... And that should be everything. Yep, lost it. And yeah, as you see, every time we do this, we get like 800 something gold. So you can just keep repeating this one over and over. I'm only going to do it 5 times. And then move on. But yeah, I want to crank up this protection from rage. And yeah, as you see, every time it's increasing the amount. So it becomes progressively harder and harder to fully level up your character, obviously. The Fireball is the most rapid fire attack in the game, certainly. Whereas arrows do the most damage per shot. Bolts do the most damage per shot. Fireballs have the highest rate of fire, but obviously they're tied to a mana bar. So when you run out of mana, you can't fire again until it recharges. Which thankfully for Fireball is pretty cheap. Also, Fireball is not the only magic that we're going to get access to. So, you know, later on, you might not want to use Fireball. You might want to use something else. Which, we'll get to see what that looks like in, I believe, the next level. Well, for this level, not so much. And yeah, I'm not going to, like, super power level my character. I'm just some light grinding. Because, you know, normally I like doing that in video games, where I like getting my character reasonably powerful enough before I continue the main story, so that I feel I can confidently do the main story without having to worry too much. That's how I play video games a lot of times. Is it the way that it's conducive to the most challenge? No, not in any regard, but I usually don't play video games for major challenge. I play video games for enjoyment. And to me, having a very brutally hard game isn't super enjoyable. It's mostly just frustrating. Granted, the feeling of achieving victory after you've done it is great, which is the reason why I like Dark Souls. Because I really like Dark Souls. But not every game has to be like that. And this game certainly isn't. While it's hard, it's certainly not brutally difficult in any regard. But then again, it was someone's first game, so, you know. Granted, the final boss is pretty hard, I will say. There is definitely some hard levels coming up. You know, this is just more of, like, the introductory to the game, in my opinion. Because this is like the first boss fight before they explain all the mechanics to you, and then like later it'll be like, okay, well, now that you've had everything explained to you, let's actually get into some of the more complicated hard levels. Though they do introduce new mechanics throughout the entire game. But, well, not new mechanics, but new magic, I should say. Alright. More protection from ranged. So, how much is he doing to me now? Also, yeah, hello whoever you are, lurking in the background. There's not too much to comment on in this game, honestly. I'm fine answering any questions about it, but I don't really... yes? Yes? Someone knock at my door?
No, about an hour and a half.
Okay. See, bye. That's my dad. He's leaving to go get groceries. And he said in an hour and a half, he's going to call me to, help him bring in the groceries. So, that's something that will happen later. Oh, I won't waste my arrows on these guys. And as you can see, whereas in those previous levels we had like 30, 40 arrows easily in our thing, here we do actually have quite a few less. So having that arrows don't get consumed thing is probably also a good idea. Also, that was dangerous maneuver. Thankfully I have a high movement speed. And yeah, obviously, if you improve the damage on your arrows, or if you improve the damage on your magic, you could crank up, you could make this boss fight quicker, even quicker. Or you can just blow through it very quickly. For example, if you, like, focused in super heavily on magic, which is what I did early on, then you can do this boss fight super fast, because you can just, like, blow your entire mana bar with high, powerful fireball spells and knock out almost all his health in one volley. Well, I'll actually break down the math real quick when we get back into the info screen. I do not know how much mana an individual fireball takes up. However, I do know that your mana will start regenerating immediately when you lose some. So your mana regenerate does also help contribute to the amount of fireballs you can fire, in addition to your maximum mana. Also, yeah, we're only taking like 4 damage from his actual red attacks, so I'm not actually worried about those red attacks hitting me. These skeleton boys are doing more damage than the boss's actual red attacks. Which are whatever those projectiles are. I call them red attacks, but I don't know what their actual name is, because this game doesn't provide names for much of anything. Well, for some things, like the bolts, for example, but this game does not have much info boxes. A lot of it is what you interpret it to be. Which is nice in its own way. Let me refill some of my health. You can dodge some of these fireballs as well. And yeah, right now, per kill, I'm getting more HP than I'm actually taking from the fireballs from this guy. So I'm just letting them hit me. This doesn't largely matter as long as I kill skeletons. I'm regaining reasonable amount of HP. Of course, that's a bit reckless, but, you know, they're good. After all, as they say in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's only the last life point is the only one that matters. Life is a resource. Or, in video games it is. Alright. Now if we crank this up 2 more, the boss should be doing no damage to us, which is quite nice. With his fireball. Alright, but yeah, so let's say fireball took 10 mana. Okay. Let's say a fireball took 10 mana. No, let's say it took 10 mana, just to be reasonable. That means that you could fire 30. And let's say you can fire 3 fireballs per second. So okay, 30 would be 300 mana, but it would also take 10 seconds, which I guess it's, yeah, let's just say it's 5. But no, 3. So yeah, you could roughly fire around 40 fireballs, all things considered, considering the maximum mana of, assuming they took 10 each, because of the maximum mana, but also your mana regenerate. If you fully upgrade that, you would regain mana as you do, and I believe that is the amount of mana you gain per second is what that number is. I believe it's per second. It might be more actually, because I'm thinking about how fast it normally regenerates at once. So that might be per tick. Either way, you can fire a ton of fireballs at once, and each fireball can do up to 40 damage. Meaning that if you cranked up the damage of your fireball, you could do a silly amount of damage to this boss. In fact, let me well, I don't want to show that off though, because the whole point is I want to do a sword build. But I guess I can. Well, no. Let's max out our sword first, but I'll come back to the boss later when I've upgraded mana, because I'll probably do sword, maximum HP and run speed, and then I'll start working on magic. And hey, who knows? If we have enough time later, we might be able to do another run with a different build, you know? Anyway, let me jack up sword vampire. And I just feel like moving on to the next level. I don't know if that's been 5 times, but let's just move on to the next level. I just finished my water. So, as you can see, we have a new button. And now if we press S, we fire a wall of fire. Which is a wall of fireballs in front of us. Also a new enemy. So the thing about the wall of fire, you remember how I mentioned that the sword is infinite piercing, but the fireballs do not? Well, the wall of fire does have infinite piercing. So the wall of fire, but it costs a ton more mana to do. And each wall of fire can only hit a singular enemy once. So against singular targets, wall of fire is pretty bad. But against what was I going to say? Against multiple targets, especially if there's a large amount of enemies in front of you, it's actually not bad. I'd still rather use the sword, but it's not bad. Also, I want to test something real quick. Ah, here's the actual, like, enemy that's on the box art. Except this game doesn't have box art. It's the one that's on the Steam logo, which is the Skeleton King, I believe is. Well, he's not called anything in game, but I think of him as the Skeleton King. Or Skeleton Royalty, I guess you could say. Anyway, so there is this thing over here, and there's all that money, and we don't have access to it. I wonder how we get that. Well, we need to find a target to destroy. Tip, you have a new skill, Wall of Fire. Press S to use it. I already showed that off to them, game, but thank you. The game does tell you when you get new abilities, which is quite nice. Oh, hey, look, there's a target right there. I guess we can destroy that one. And yeah, thankfully, since I upgraded the sword, it's gotten quite a bit better. So yeah, those giant skeleton enemies, these enemies are now as powerful. Huh, there's enemies coming from behind us. I wonder why. Maybe it's because there's some reason that we would be wanting to go back there. And there in fact is, because that target disables this gate too. Additional secret quest completed. Yep, that's a secret quest. And if you progress through this area, and we'll see coming up that if you progress through this area without doing that, Oh no, they captured the castle. We need to find the survivors. And you see that grassy field right there? The grass that's sticking up? Yeah, that won't ever go... Oh, I just died. I didn't even realize how low HP I had. Sorry. Anyway, I was too busy talking about the grass. So that grass that was there, it completely blocks you from doing the thing. Anyway, so after death, half of the gold found is preserved at the level. So, yes, I died. Hello, Picasso. Welcome to the channel. Also, thank you for following. And yeah, I died. But that happens. Hello. I am playing the Diabolic, which is it's a indie game that's like $4 on Steam and was really cheap and also is well worth the price in my opinion. It's worth the price in my opinion just because you can get 6 hours of enjoyment out of this game, as I intend to show on the stream, because I'm getting hours of enjoyment out of it just by watching me play for you guys. Death doesn't really matter too much though, because you can still spend gold. So, anyway, we're doing a sword build right now. So I'm going to increase the maximum HP. And yeah, here's all the different levels. Ah, okay. Well, it's a pretty not well-known game. Actually, yeah, why not? I feel like yeah. Let's go back to level 5. You can click any of the level icons you've already done, by the way, and repeat any of the old ones. So if you want to, like, go back to the boss of level 4 and then, like, grind that one for gold, you could do that. Anyway, so this game, it moves with the arrow keys, specifically, and you can't ever get the mouse off the screen, so don't ask. You have Z, which is the sword button. You have X, which is fireballs. Hold on. Let me get these enemies off of me first. Actually, I do have wall of fire. I can do that. And let me go into an earlier level. I'll go into an earlier level to explain things. Also, by the way, for those of you who do not know, this entire stream will be uploaded onto YouTube a week later on my YouTube channel. Check out Bugboy1014 on YouTube. The undead attacked us. You need to report to the king. Find the portal. It will take you to a field not far from the kingdom. So yeah, you can press Z to do sword swings. You can press X to do fireball. And it'll take that mana bar in the bottom right. And you can do C to fire bolts. I called them arrows before, but they're evidently called bolts, so probably crossbow bolts. Each one has their own gimmick. Sword swings are the shortest range and the slowest, but they hit in front of you, and they'll not only stun enemies, but hit any amount of enemies in front of you. So, it doesn't matter how many enemies are piled up in front of you, it will hit all of them. Fireballs are the fastest, but they have a limited mana pool, and they're the only... and they don't do that much damage. But they're the only attack you can do while firing on the move. Also, they don't pierce enemies, unlike the sword. Sword and fireballs do the same amount of damage, but the sword actually pierces enemies, whereas the fireball does not. And arrows do the most damage, but their gimmick is... do the most damage, have a reasonably good fire rate, but their gimmick is that they have a limited quantity, and you can only ever get a certain amount of arrows in a given level. Which you can see the amount of arrows you have right there. So this guy. Arrows do 20 damage at the start of the game. Sword and fireball do 10. This is the gold indicator. You use gold to purchase upgrades for your character in between levels. Wolves are attacking my sheep. Please kill them. The lairs to the east. So there's an optional quest. And unfortunately, this game does not support WASD. You actually have to move with the arrow keys, but that's because S and other buttons like those are actually used for attacks, as we'll see later on. And there's all these wolves. And yeah, there's 4 different I I guess they're tech trees, skill trees, whatever. There's 4 different trees that you can upgrade your abilities on. One is sword, one is general statistics, one is magic, and one is arrows. So you could focus on a specific build if you want to, but and which is what I'm doing this time, because my first playthrough, back when I played this game initially, I went for a full magic build, and I quite enjoyed it. And then the second time I played through the game, I went for a full arrow build, and I quite enjoyed that one too. This time I'm going to go for a melee build, because I've never done a melee build. So, yeah. Enemies will always try to get within X-axis of you and then move straight towards you, so if you figure this out, you can use that to your advantage to help lure the enemies into hitting you. The bottom left, by the way, is my health bar. That little red orb over there. Yes, there's optional quests. Optional quests basically just get you extra gold and rewards. And the main quest is just find a portal. There's optional quests and there's secret quests that sometimes happen, where it won't even tell you it's a quest, but when you do it, it'll say, "Congratulations, secret quest finished." So, believe it or not, despite how short this game is, it does have secrets, and it's only like $4 on Steam, and right now it's actually on sale for like 67 cents. For someone's first game, this is actually pretty good. Also, you might notice the grammar is a bit wonky. They are not a native English speaker, so I don't blame them for that. English is a very weird language. Anyway, there's the portal. I can kill all these enemies, but if I want to, like right now, I can just leave. And there we go. And you return back to this screen. And you can spend gold to buy upgrades. Every time you buy an upgrade, the cost of upgrades will increase by 10 gold. So it started out as 50 and increases by 10 every time. You can improve so the general upgrades are maximum HP, run speed, and how effective those blue and red spheres are that drop on the ground. But then I've been upgrading sword, for example. So protection from ranged, which just gives you straight. It reduces the amount of damage you take from ranged attacks. Sword vampire, it heals you. Heals you every time you kill an enemy for that amount, so this time it's doing 6 health. And then damage, obviously, just increases the amount of damage your sword does. Then there's damage from magic, maximum mana, and mana regeneration. And then for bolts, there's bolt damage, the poison bolts, which this number, I believe, increases the length that they'll be poisoned. Every one of your bolts poisoned, but this increases the amount of length that they'll be poisoned. And then chance to not actually spend the bolt when you fire one. And I'm going to skip to the boss since I already did this, and here is the first boss fight of the game, which is pretty neat. This is also, in my opinion, one of the best levels to actually grind if you want to get gold. And as you see, the boss has 1200 HP. Each of these red fireballs, by the way, normally do 20 damage, but because I have protection from ranged 20, they're only doing 1 damage to me. Because I have really high armor, basically. So I'm not too worried about dodging those. Yeah, the sword is best against huge crowds of targets, but it's not very good against singular targets. Especially bosses, since bosses cannot be stunned, unlike regular enemies. And yeah, because I have sword vampirism, I don't really care about dodging those fireballs, because killing each of those enemies heals me for more than those fireballs do. And unlike normal levels, arrows and spheres will periodically appear during the boss fight. So you'll never actually run out of arrows on the boss fight, which is quite nice. If you're going for a full arrow build, they compensate you by making so you don't actually run out of arrows on the boss fight. Because obviously, if you're going for full arrow build and you run out of arrows, that's not a good idea. Yes, welcome to my channel. Glad you enjoyed. Today is for Variety Friday. So I just play whatever game I want to on Friday. And today I chose this game because it's a little. I'm pretty sure I can beat this entire game over the course of the stream. Yep, there we go. Beat the boss. We just kill the boss and the enemies. And there we go. Oh, pick up the gold. So yeah, as you saw there, we just got 600-ish gold, which you can use to buy an upgrade. So, I'm going to increase my damage. Alright, let's go back to the wall, which is where we currently work. The wall, we can't get through these crystals right now, but the wall introduces our first new our first new magic attack. So there's this basic fireball, but now we also have wall of fire. So now we can fire out wall of fire, which is pretty cool. It takes a lot more mana, but unlike fireball, it will pierce an infinite number of enemies, which is quite nice. But it also has a very limited range, and it only hits each enemy once. So yeah. Also, these enemies hit pretty hard. I forgot they hit this hard. We're starting to get into the point of the game where the game actually becomes challenging. Because levels 1 through 4, the game isn't all that challenging. Levels 5 through 10 is when it actually starts to become difficult. Oh, and hey, there's the dude who's also the Steam icon. If you don't know, the Steam icon for this game is that dude's head. I believe... the game doesn't give him a name, so I'm just going to call him the Skeleton King. Anyway, there's a red crystal back there, and we can't break it right now, because we don't know where the target is. Tip, you have a new skill, Wall of Fire. Press S to use it. So yes, that's why WASD is not supported, because buttons like S are used for different things. Wall of Fire would be very useful against these guys in particular, because that's a lot of enemies. Unlike the sword, the Wall of Fire will actually hit quite a bit in front of you. So you see this red target out here. If we destroy the red target, it'll destroy these crystals barring our path. Which is cool and all. But what about those red crystals that were all the way back there? What about those? Well, let's go check that out. Oh hey, these are gone now. So now we can get all this. That's a secret quest. And the reason why it's a secret quest, as we'll see later, is if you go past this point, the game completely bars your path, so you can't go back up here anymore once you go past that point. Because see, hedges grow there, and now you can't ever go back there again. So it becomes completely locked out if you're not careful. So yeah, that's the reason why that's a secret quest. It's because, oh hey, you actually bothered to backtrack to check if those crystals went away. Here's a bunch of money. And that's all it is. It's just a bunch of money. But still, a bunch of money is something to scoff at. Hello, little Skeleton King. The Skeleton King cannot be stunned. I forgot about that. So, unlike every other enemy in the game, he's not super susceptible to melee because he cannot be stunned by melee. So you just have to actually kill him. Which is quite annoying, especially when he's joined by a horde of enemies, because the horde tends to absorb things like fireballs and arrows, and while the horde will be stopped with the sword, he won't. So he'll very often get through and smack you, and he does a lot of damage. Oop. Okay. Game wants us to destroy yet another crystal. Oh, and there's those mushrooms. I mentioned those mushrooms before. They are the first ranged enemy that we encountered. Before the boss. The boss is the second one. But because I have so much protection from ranged on me, I'm not actually that worried about them. Also, there's these little green crosses on the ground. These are healing spots. You can stand on a healing spot and it'll heal you, I believe, 5 health per tick or something like that. That's pretty cool. Alright, pick up all the arrows. And yeah, now you're barred from ever going back there. So if you want to go back to the healing spot again, you can't. They just wanted to heal you up to get to this section. Which, yeah, this is a pretty intense section. Remember how I mentioned that those Skeleton Kings are really annoying if there's a horde of enemies? Yeah, welcome to the horde of enemies. I was referencing a specific thing that happens in the game. And this happens more than once. It's not the only time this happens. Oh, and there's more than one of them. I forgot there's more than one of them. Oh. In my magic and arrow builds, these Skeleton Kings were not that bad because I could just kill them quite quickly with magic or arrows. But in this case, they're actually quite difficult. I am really low on health, so I have to be very, very careful here. As you can see, my bar was just completely gone. But thankfully, due to sword vampirism, I was able to heal some health back. The only ways that you can heal health is finding red spears on the ground, those healing platforms, finding bread on the ground, or sword vampirism. That's it. So, when you take health damage, you just kind of took health damage, and there's not much you can do about it. That's why, usually, even when I'm not doing a sword build, one of my earliest pickups is usually sword vampirism. Just because that way I don't need to worry on finding healing orbs like these. Anyway, so the gimmick of this place is there's 4 keys around. Is there 4? I believe there's 4. There's a bunch of different keys. Yeah. And when you have to pick up each of the keys to get through this gate. Each one is in a different corner of the room. However, when you pick up a key, a huge swarm of enemies spawn in. So that's the whole give and take. It's like, actually, it's when you get really close to the key, but basically, it's when you pick it up. So that's a give and take. It's like, do you deal with the enemies right away, or do you just pursue the keys? You know, because the enemies take a while to clear. It's like, oh, I'll just grab all the keys. Well, wait a minute. And then now suddenly you got so many enemies. Oh god. There's bread. And I'm just going to pick up these. And pick up this one. It's like, oh hey, now suddenly there's... Look at all these. And there's Skeleton Kings in there. Lots of them. I have to run away from the Skeleton Kings because... Well, I already detailed before, they don't get stunned by the melee weapon, and melee is my current build. So, okay. Now that Skeleton Kings are... And yeah, exploiting how the AI does the whole horizontal thing is really necessary if you want to try and actually get through this area without getting damage, especially if you do what I just did, which is spawn all 4 of them at once. Also, luring them into here is also a good idea, but you can only go so far because as you see, we're barred from our path. There's 2 of them stacked on top of each other. Okay. Cool. And there's 3 more there. And yeah, there's spawners constantly spawning in more enemies, so... Yep. Let's pick up some supplies. And you could run. You could leave at this point, because you have the keys. But you would have all these enemies chasing you throughout the level. And, oh hey, you suddenly go to another area where you need to defeat all enemies. Well, now you have all these enemies chasing you, while trying to defeat all the other ones that you are now facing. You know, thankfully the Skeleton Kings are a little faster than the hordes that follow them. So because of that, you can often lure them to get hit by your arrows and fireball, which is quite nice. Yeah, just kiting these enemies around. Let's take care of the spawner. Spawners can be stunned. It's quite nice. I'm taking care of some of these enemies. Okay, good. I killed all the Skeleton Kings. Now suddenly this is going to be a lot easier, because now I just need to deal with hordes of enemies, and hordes of enemies you can stun with your sword, because that's infinite pierce, as I mentioned. So I can just hit all the enemies and boom, there we go. Okay. Yay! I managed to do that without dying. So yeah, as you can see, it gets harder, especially if you do silly things like that, where you spawn all 4 sets of enemies in at once. And I believe you can pacifist this game if you want to. If you want to do a harder challenge, you can straight up pacifist this game to where you just don't kill a singular enemy, because the only enemies that are required to be killed, I believe, are the bosses. Besides that, I don't believe you are ever actually required to kill enemies. I don't know for sure, but besides the bosses, I believe you aren't ever required to kill enemies. So if you want to, like, try to do this game with as few kills as possible, you can do that. Because all you would have to kill is the bosses. Obviously, it'd be hard, but you could reasonably do it. It'd be quite a bit harder than just playing the game normally. And yeah, bread will also heal you. It's quite nice. And here are the survivors. So the funny thing is, if you have that giant horde of enemy following you and you go down here, you can like leave in the portal, but you'll be luring all of those enemies into the survivors, which is really funny to think about. It's like, oh hey, I found the survivors. Here's a giant horde of skeletons chasing me. Let me go through the portal. Bye. Thank you. I was like, let me go through the portal. I already said that. So that's equivalent. Let's get more max HP. And the prison. Let's go to the prison. Alright. And yeah, every single level is connected to the next level. So this is the same horde of survivors that we found from the previous level. The rest of the survivors and the king are escaping through the prison dungeons. Go to the east. At the exit, you must meet the others. Okay. This, I remember, being one of the more complicated levels. So yeah, we see up front, there's a... Oh, right, I forgot about that. Just get into here. Look, he's got run into my sword. I don't know if you're still watching Pikachu, but if you are, hi. I don't mind if you lurk. I do not mind lurkers. Anyway. So yeah, we see there's multiple different keys that lead to multiple different areas, and there's a green key up there for some reason. We can't go through any of those right now, so we have to go find where this red key is. Ah, the upgraded version of the blue mushrooms. These ones do a lot more damage. As you see, they're doing 10 damage, and keep in mind, I have protection from range 20 on, meaning that if you didn't have any of that, they would be doing 30 damage. And considering our starting max health is 10, that's quite a lot. Considering our maximum health, even fully upgraded, is only 300, that's quite a lot. Also, yeah, wow, I'm taking a lot of damage. And these things have a lot more health. These things have a lot more health. One thing that spawners are good for is spawning in enemies that you can kill with sword vampirism to get health back. So that's why I'm leaving the spawners alive, even though I know there is spawners. Oh, it's even spawning in those upgraded skeletons. Okay, so it's not even spawning in normal skeletons, it's spawning in upgraded ones. The ones that do 35 damage to me. I didn't realize how much damage they do to me. Let me get the... There we go. Okay, now that enemy's clear, now I just need to deal with the skeleton king. Oh god, that was almost a terrible situation. Also, I just noticed we have a new magic ability. Ice. So now we can slow down enemies. That is quite useful. There we go. I died. Oh well. Ah, it happens. Okay. Prison. Go back. So yeah, we got a brand new ability. And that is freezing. I can now freeze people. You don't have that many shots of it. Oh, well, I call it freeze because it's a slow down beam. It doesn't actually freeze, but it's a slow down beam. Yep. Thankfully, you can stun the mushrooms, it looks like. These mushrooms. Okay, I got the Skeleton King killed early this time. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't die in this area again. We take care of the hordes a little bit. Taking so much silly damage. There we go. You're dead. You aren't quite dead yet. Like one away. Hey. Ah! Stop! Stop hitting those guys. Wow. There we go. Okay. Now I just got these guys to worry about, which isn't too much of a worry. Yeah, you know, I think in my best interest, I should just sit here for a little bit and farm HP. Seems like a pretty good idea to me. Oh. Well, if I want to do that, I shouldn't be taking damage. These guys do 35 damage. I will say that if you're above 1 HP and you get hit, you get knocked to 1 HP. So, regardless of how much damage you took, you cannot get one shot. The only way you can actually die is if you're at 1 HP. So, I know this is lame, but, you know, I want us to stay alive. I've not been playing the rest. Also, yeah, that pretty much confirms that you do not get additional gold from those guys. That was the wrong button. I always forget what button each of the new magics are. Each of these guys does 35 damage to me, which is quite a lot. And besides, we're making really good time to knock out this game in the stream. Oh, by the way, for those of you out there who use it, this game is very susceptible to cheat engine, I should say. To the left is a clearing of red mushrooms, but behind them is the red key. In the future, he will help me. Yeah, I'll need to get the red key. But yeah, if you want to do cheat engine stuff, like edit your amount of gold you have, stats, or whatever, this game is very susceptible to that. I've tried out a lot of that stuff, and it's pretty fun. You can do things like exit out of the first level, get all of the upgrades, and then just storm through the game with a fully maxed out character. Because that's something I did after I beat the game twice, is I just went like, okay, what does it look like to have a fully maxed out character with everything maxed? And I just loaded up cheat engine and edited my gold to an arbitrarily high amount, and then just went to town, basically. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Oh, there's a lot of enemies there, evidently. Okay. Just don't ever use cheating devices on multiplayer games. I don't have a problem with using it on a single player game like this, but don't ever use it on multiplayer games. Come on. If you're playing on a multiplayer game, people are just there to play. Don't go cheating on a multiplayer game. That's my opinion. But single player games is fine. As long as it doesn't affect other people, then it's fine. In my opinion. That is my status on cheating. And I mean video game cheating, not relationship cheating. That's a whole different can. Go. Here, but it seems like it might be dangerous. This is a giant room. Yep. I figured Danger Town was coming. Not Flavor Town, Danger Town. Not after the stream, but after I finish the game all the way, I might actually load up Cheat Engine and just show you what a maxed out character actually does look like. Everything maxed out, just because that sounds like fun. And I could sit here and like do missions over and over again to get a lot of gold, but really, you know, it would be a lot more convenient just to load that up. Not that I advise using it to beat the game initially, you know. Beat the game legitimately. That's fine, but that's, how it was meant to be played. But like, if you're just messing around after having already beaten the game, then yeah, sure. You know. Well, the part of the beauty about this game is that you could go for different builds, and all of them would be viable. You know, if you want to do a melee only build, you could definitely do that. I know I'm technically going for a melee build, but I don't mind using things like fireballs or arrows or whatever, if they're more convenient and useful in a given situation. But if you want to like go purely melee, where you only do melee, you could do that too, and it would work. It would work reasonably well, I bet. I never tried it. Fun fact: I only have 6 hours clocked in this game, personally. So, also, wow, I am 1 hit away from death. I only have 6 hours clocked in this game personally. So once I do this stream, provided that the stream does this game the entire time, which I don't know if it will, I would be doubling my playtime in this game. But even with only 6 hours having actually played this game, it's still worth it to me. You know, $4 for 6 hours of enjoyment sounds pretty reasonable. I thought I could get a sword swing in time. Oh well. But yeah, if you die on a level, the amount of gold you have is cut in half. Well, the amount of gold you earned in that level is cut in half, and then you're bumped back here. So yeah, I'm actually going to increase the amount that I'm healing now. Let's go back to the prison. And yeah, so you see what I mean, where the game gets harder as time goes on. The first 4 levels, we breezed through those pretty reasonably. Here, now we're starting to get into the area where it's more tricky, more difficult. Yeah, if you want to kite this guy around and hit him only with melee attacks, you could do that. You could pour a bunch of stuff into melee damage, you know. If you want to do a glass cannon build, you could do that too. Yeah. Where you just dump everything into damage and just focus on damage. Try and do as much damage as possible. You know. And also, you can spend a certain amount of gold to reset your talent points. So if you didn't like the current build that you're doing, you can just like spend some gold, reset everything, and you'll get refunded all the gold that you spent. Other than the amount that you spent to reset things. So like the actual gold that you spent on upgrades will get refunded, and it will go back down to costing only 50. So if you want to like re-tack your actual build, you can do that. It'll just cost a small fee, which is quite nice. So if you like, I'm doing a melee build, but I don't really like the melee build. I want to do an archer build. You could do like, okay, reset everything, and then pour all of your stuff into archery, and now experience what an archer build is. Which is probably what I'm going to do later, is I'm going to show off. That sounds like a fun thing to do. I'll do 3 different playthroughs of this game. One is a melee build, one is an archer build, one is a mana build. But the mana build and the archer build will be using the reset thing I mentioned, where you reset, and I'll just go through each of the levels one by one, as if I'm doing a full playthrough. That sounds like fun. Sounds like fun to me anyway. And this is a Variety Friday, so I do whatever sounds like fun to me. Okay. So now I can just kind of reasonably stand here and do this for a while until he shows up. Okay, cool. The Skeleton King is dead. Now I can just stand here and do this for a while. I wish there was a mana ability that healed you, but I understand the reason why there isn't. It's because part of the difficulty of this game is the fact that healing is scarce. Unlike something like Dark Souls, where you have Estus that you carry around with you, in this game, healing is extremely scarce. Getting hit by anything is kind of an issue. You know, the biggest way to survive these levels is just getting good at not getting hit. Because if you get hit at all, it hurts. And sword vampirism can definitely help with the hits, which is part of the reason why I can get away with certain things. And like protection from ranged and, you know, increasing your maximum health. They can definitely all help. But ultimately, a good amount of this game is just not getting hit. And killing enemies before they can hit you. You know. And yeah, we're actually leaving this room with a lot more HP than we had last time. Because last time we were at like under half of our health, and now we're at our full health. So let me get the mouse off the screen a bit. There we go. That's as off the screen as I can get it. I think Picado might have left. That's okay. It says I still have one viewer, so hello, whoever you are. I wonder where Surtur is. To the left is a clearing of red mushrooms. Behind them is the red key. The future will help me. In the future, it will help me. And you don't have to focus on one build, by the way. You can, like... Whoop. Sorry, my keyboard almost fell off my table. You can, like, stagger upgrades if you want to. Like, for example, you can do, like, just improving the damage of all of your things. So, like, if you didn't want to focus on one tree specifically, you can just be like, okay, melee damage, range damage, mana damage, and just go off of that only, and just do a damage build. You could do that. And it would work reasonably well, I would say. And then, yeah, you just use a variety of things. You are very much a multifaceted individual. Also, I haven't actually mentioned the shooting mechanics, but basically mushrooms will always spawn where you, will always attack where you currently are. So when they shoot where you currently are. So the shots are extremely predictable. So you can dodge them. But, as I mentioned, if you didn't have protection from ranged, each one of these would be doing 30 damage to you. Which is quite a lot. So... yeah. If you don't dodge them, they do a lot of damage to you. And unless you have sword vampirism, there isn't really a way to heal off that damage. So while they're predictable, they kind of have to be. Otherwise, it'd be quite difficult. Oh, hello, Surtur. Nice. I am playing Diabolic. Have I told you about Diabolic before, Surtur? I'm pretty sure I have. In our random conversations. For those of you out there who don't know, Surtur is a personal friend of mine. I've known him for a long time. So this time, I'm actually going to prepare instead of just wandering into there. And I'm actually going to pick up all the arrows on the site. All this supplies, because the enemies only start to spawn, I believe, once you get, like... Yeah, once you get halfway through the room. Okay, I'm taking too much damage. First mushroom, second mushroom, third mushroom. Enemies absorbing the shots. One moment. Oh, wait, I forgot. Pressing escape won't actually pause the game. So there is no pause function in this game, I should mention. So if I'm not reading chat, that's the reason why, is because I'm having to focus and I can't exactly read. So give me a moment while when there isn't enemies chasing after me, and then I'll read. Currently I'm in a very stressful boss fight. Well, not a boss fight, but like just something. So okay, Swords will keep enemies stunned, and they can pierce an infinite number of enemies. However, certain enemies cannot be stunned. These giant skeletons with swords, which I call Skeleton Kings, they cannot be stunned. So that's the reason why I'm not just standing there and sorting enemies yet. It's because I want to kill these Skeleton Kings before I do that. Also, that spawner over there on the left, that little totem, is constantly spawning in more of these skeletons. It won't spawn in Skeleton Kings, but it'll spawn in more of these, like, helmeted skeletons, which, those helmeted skeletons hit me for a lot. They hit me for 35 damage each, and as I've been talking about before, there's not that many ways to heal yourself in this game. The only ways to heal yourself are sword vampirism, health orbs you find on the ground, bread you find on the ground, and healing spots. And healing spots are extremely rare. And those other two options are limited. So unless you invested in sword vampirism, you don't have a reliable way to heal yourself. And sword vampirism requires you to kill enemies with melee attacks, which isn't super reliable anyway. Okay, I do need to remember though that I have a freezing ability. So I need to use that. I am one hit away from death, I just realized. Thankfully, this game is merciful in the fact that if you take a shot that would kill you and you're above 1 HP, it instead reduces you to 1 HP. So I'm currently doing a melee build. Before I normally do like, well, my first playthrough I did a magic build. My second playthrough I did a ranged build. And this time I decided on stream I'm going to do a melee build, which has its advantages and disadvantages, which I've gone over before, but I'll go over that in more detail again for you, Surtur, once I have actually killed these enemies. Once I actually kill these enemies. Die, Skeleton King. Please, please just die, Skeleton King. You're the one I'm mainly worried about. There we go. Okay, good. The Skeleton King is dead. So now I can get over here and just let... Oh, wait, there's a mushroom left. I didn't notice the mushroom. Oh, I died. Okay, I died. Sorry. Anyway, I think I saw this game when you wanted to test the game. Yeah, you saw this game when I wanted to test the game schedules. I died. It's unfortunate. I've died to that room two times now. But yeah. Here's all the different upgrade things. When you die, you get to keep half of the gold that you earned. And you can go back to any of these other fights, by the way, and go back to any of these other levels again and replay them. But yeah, the final fight against the dragon is really hard. But yeah. Well, I'm actually going to increase my movement speed. Also, yeah, you can press 200 and it'll reset your talents, which will refund all of your upgrades to allow you to pour them into new things. Yeah. Alright. You guys gonna tell me anything? You're right here. The rest of the survivors and the king are escaping through the prison dungeons. Go to the east at the exit. You must meet the others. The person who made this game is not a native English speaker, so give them some credit. It's also made by an indie developer. Anyway, so you have 3 different moves to start out with. You have Z, which is your sword. You have X, which is your fireball, which uses mana, as you can see in the bottom right. That little blue sphere, which regenerates over time. And then you have C, which fires arrows. And you have a limited number of arrows. Since then, we've also gotten 2 new abilities, which is Wall of Fire and Freeze, which both take mana. Each one has their advantages and disadvantages. The melee attack is the slowest, but it pierces infinite enemies, and it does stun enemies. So, since it pierces an infinite number of enemies, that means that for enemies that can be stunned, like these guys, for example, I can just sit here and hold down melee, and they'll just die to my sword, because they'll all be here stunned in front of me. So that's pretty neat. Though they do get a chance to move a little bit closer to you each time that they survive a sword swing, so that won't last forever, but it will work reasonably well. I'll pick up these arrows. Fireball is the fastest firing in attack, but it has a limited mana pool, and it's the only attack you can do on the move. However, it will not pierce any enemies, so it will go away the moment it hits an enemy, unlike sword. Arrows do double damage compared to both attacks, and are reasonably fast firing, but their gimmick is that you have a limited quantity of them. You only have a certain number of arrows, and when you run out of arrows, you run out of arrows, and you have to pick up more somewhere. And for non-boss levels, there's almost always a limited number of arrows in the level, so you can't actually get above a certain number. So basically, it's like all the... I need to concentrate and stop talking. Anyway, with the arrows in this level, there's a limited number of arrows in this level. So once I fire all the arrows in this level, that's it. I can't fire any more arrows. Bosses, however, periodically produce more arrows over time, and I am taking way too much damage. So I'm letting these mushrooms hit me. Is the issue. And I keep being careless with the enemies. Also, fireballs are the only attack you can actually fire on the move. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, there's other attacks like Wall of Fire. Wall of Fire will only hit each enemy once, and only has a short range, but it has infinite piercing like the sword does, and has a much higher range than the sword does. But it also costs a lot more mana than Fireball does. And it only hits one enemy. And if you have Sword Vampirism, Wall of Fire will not proc Sword Vampirism, so you need to keep that in mind. Sword Vampirism only triggers, by the way, when you kill an enemy, not when you hit an enemy. I don't know if you can hear my keyboard. Apologies if you can. Mostly what you're hearing is my movement. Because you have to use arrow keys to move. And no, there is no way to get the mouse off the screen. So if the mouse on the screen bothers you, I'm out of arrows. I just realized. Okay, I could sit here for... There's a spawner down there. So I could sit here for as long as I want to and just keep killing enemies to keep building HP. So while I sit here for a little bit and just relax, items don't ever despawn on the ground, by the way, so I don't need to worry about that cold despawning. Do you have any questions, sir? Or anyone in chat? I'll just sit here and decompress a little bit. And just let them heal me. Because I'm going to take the free healing while I got it. There's very limited abilities to heal in this game. And this doesn't take a super long amount of time to do anyway. Okay, cool. This game is like $4 normally on Steam, and right now it's on sale for 67 cents until February 22nd, which for the people watching this on YouTube later, the sale would have already been over because it's a week. I upload things a week after I record them, but for the people watching the Twitch live stream, they still have an opportunity to go get this game if they want to. I consider it worth it. Because I personally judge how worth it a game is, for me, is based off the price and also the hours of enjoyment. So I like to compare it to quarters in an arcade machine. You know, like, let's say you go to an arcade and there's this fun game. You put in a quarter, you expect to get, like, what? 10, 15 minutes of enjoyment out of a quarter in a video game? That's about what I usually expect. So let's take that number, 15 minutes for a quarter, and Okay, let's apply that to an actual video game that you're buying. So, Diabolic costs normally $4. If we break that down, that would be 16 quarters. So, and 4 quarters is an hour of enjoyment. So, you're basically expecting 4 hours of enjoyment out of Diabolic, and I've clocked over 6, and that's not even counting the live stream. So, yeah, I've gotten my money's worth out of this game. And I consider it worth the $4, considering I've gotten easily 4 hours of enjoyment out of it. If you want to be more harsh, you could say, oh, a quarter gets you 10 minutes, which means it'd be 6 quarters to a hour. Well, actually, would that be more harsh, or would that be more generous? I think about it, because no, that'd be more generous. Actually, we're assuming you get 15 full minutes from an arcade machine, but really, it'd probably more reasonably be 10. In which case, a game would only have to give you an hour of enjoyment per $1.50 that you spent. Which, oh, I'm at full health. I didn't notice. Oh, now I'm not. Because I just took some stupid damage. I didn't intend to do that. I'm sorry. Anyway. So, yeah. That's how I judge games, basically. My only arcade experience was me getting my ass beat by the AI in a fighting game, as my standard for quarters is closer to 5 minutes. Yeah. See, that's what I said. 15 minutes is being reasonable, and that's like the highest bar you can judge on. If you go off of like 5 or 10 minutes, then games become a lot more worth it, because it's like, okay, let's go with the number of 5 minutes. So 5 minutes, that means that it'd be let's see, 16 divided by 5 would be 12, so that'd be 12 quarters per hour. No, not 12 quarters per hour. I guess 12 quarters per hour. So you would need, and 12 quarters is $3. So it'd be $3 per hour of enjoyment. So if you had a $50 game, which is a AAA game, you would only need 4, 5, 6. You'd only need 16 hours of enjoyment out of the game for it to have been worth the $50 that you spent on it. If you go off of a quarter getting you 5 minutes, to spend $50 on the game, you would expect 17 hours of enjoyment out of it if you go off of that. If you go off of my metric, which is a quarter is 15 minutes, then you would require 50 hours of enjoyment out of the game. And yeah, you can use this as a general rule of thumb for when purchasing video games online. It's like, how many hours do you think you're actually going to spend playing the game and having fun? Oh, hi Sif! Welcome to the channel. We are currently playing Diabolic, and I was just talking about my philosophy for buying video games. It's relaying it to quarters and arcade machines. Yep. It's going good. Today is Variety Friday, where I get to play whatever video game I want to, and I get to show it off. And today I chose Diabolic, a tiny little indie game that is a lot of fun. I am out of arrows. I forgot I'm out of arrows. This game is like $4 on Steam normally, and right now it's on sale for like 67 cents. It's 85% off. So if you wanted to pick it up on Steam, this thing's like $1. Pretty cheap. And it'll get you a good 4 or 5 hours of fun. It'll give you a nice afternoon of fun, as I'm going to prove, because I'm going to be playing on stream. And it's not like this game isn't hard. The reason why it's 4 or 5 hours is mainly just because it actually is reasonably difficult. And if you're good at the game, though, you can beat it in like 2, 1. If you're going really fast, you can beat it in 1. But if you're completing the game, you can beat it in like 2 hours. This is one of the only games on Steam where I got all 12 Steam achievements. One of the Steam achievements, by the way, is play the game for 120 minutes. So, playing the game for 2 hours is one of the Steam achievements. So, that's interesting. Also, you can clear your save file and get all your upgrades back, which is neat. Cool. Cool. I'll keep that in mind. I'll be watching the gameplay for now while I get some work done and lurk. That's fine. I don't mind if you lurk. I was just talking with my buddy Surtur because he's a close friend of mine. And yeah. But yeah, I don't mind lurkers at all. But yeah, I was relating it to quarters. Like, if you want to like judge how worth it a certain video game is to like buy, for example, like a $50 AAA game or something, you can think about it in terms of the amount of hours you'll actually spend enjoying and playing that game, and think of it like arcade machines. Like, for example, oh hey, let's say, let's be strict and say you get 15 hours of enjoyment on an arcade machine out of a quarter. Realistically, it's more like 5 or 10, but let's say 15. So that would be, okay, so it'd be $1 per hour. So if it's a $50 game, you'd expect 50 hours of enjoyment out of it. Which, if you did, for example, I clocked 100 hours in Halo 4, that was worth it for me. Buying a $50 Halo 4 game when it was new, because I got 100 hours of enjoyment out of it. So it wasn't wasting money because I actually got my full money's worth out of it in terms of arcade. And that's just a general rule of thumb I use for video games. I keep dying in this room, so I actually need to concentrate on this room. But I need to kill all these mushrooms and the Skeleton King before dealing with the hordes of enemies. And I need to not take too much stupid damage. It can be a little difficult, but thankfully, enemies in this game are very predictable, which is good because there's not many forms of healing. You do not have a ready form of healing other than sword vampirism, but if you don't upgrade your sword to get sword vampirism, then you don't have a steady source of healing. Because there's healing orbs in levels that occasionally pop up, there's bread that occasionally pops up, and there's healing spots that occasionally pops up. That's it. Other than that, the only way to heal is with getting the sword vampirism upgrade and killing enemies with your sword, which will heal a small amount of HP. That's it. And that's one of the things that makes this game actually somewhat difficult, is that while the enemies are predictable and the level layouts aren't exactly super complex, there also isn't that many ways to heal. So if you're not good at dodging, you can die extremely quickly and you can't really replenish your HP that quickly. After all, even with sword vampirism, which I currently have, because I'm currently doing a melee build, even with sword vampirism, that requires you to kill enemies to actually get that to proc, which isn't always a guarantee, and if there's no enemies around to kill, then obviously you can't proc it, so you can go into fights with like very low HP. So, yeah. Anyway, so the sword will stun an infinite amount of enemies, but there's certain enemies that cannot be stunned, like the Skeleton King, for example. I don't know if that's what it's actually called, but the game doesn't provide names for enemies, so I'm just going to call this the Skeleton King. They cannot be stunned, so you can't just stand there and sword them like you can the hordes. Though, even for an enemy that does get stunned, they do get to move slightly closer to you in between every sword swing, so you can't just stand there and do that forever. Also, sorry I'm not reading comments right now. I have to concentrate, and this game has no pause function whatsoever. So, when you're concentrating, you kind of have to stare at the screen because there's no ability to pause. Okay, most of the enemies got killed, so now I can read. No one posted anything. Okay. That's fine. But yeah. I killed the Skeleton Kings and I got out of range of the mushroom. That's the main thing that mattered. And there's different upgrades you can buy too. You notice I'm collecting gold off the ground, which is this little counter right here is my gold. Gold is spent purely to upgrade your character in one of either 4 ways. Either some of your main stats, like max health and movement speed, or you can upgrade each of the individual weapons. You have the sword, the fireballs, which are mana, and bolts, which I'm out of bolts, so I can't fire those. I've gone over this before, but bolts have limited ammunition, but they do double damage compared to anything else. And So, yeah. So if you're going for like a pure damage standpoint, bolts are pretty good. Magic is the fastest firing, but it won't pierce enemies at all, unlike sword. And sword is the slowest firing move and doesn't do that much damage, but it will hit through an infinite number of enemies, despite its short range. So it's actually useful for dealing with large hordes of enemies. Because as long as they can be stunned, you can kind of keep them away from you. Because they'll pierce any number. It doesn't matter if there's one skeleton, 100 skeletons, or 1,000 skeletons in front of you. The sword will hit all of them at once. Which is quite nice. So even though there's enemies like spawners here, which just constantly spawn in more skeletons, it's not actually that big of a concern because I can just keep them back. Though, as I mentioned before with the Skeleton King, certain enemies can't be stunned, so that is super reliable. You usually have to kill the enemies that can't be stunned first, and then once you're left with only enemies that can be stunned, then you can go kill those. You're locked in this room by those red crystals, and you get rid of red crystals by destroying these targets. Where's the green key? I don't know where the green key is. Alright. That target's destroyed, so now I can go get the green. We can leave the red crystal area. Let me pick up some more arrows while I'm here. I call them arrows, but the game calls them bolts, so I guess they're crossbow bolts rather than arrows, but whatever. You know. There's 10 levels in the game. You can go back to any level that you've already beaten to do it again to get more gold if you feel that you're underleveled. And if you die in a level, you get to keep half of the gold that you earned. So basically, every time you die, you do get progressively stronger because you can buy more upgrades provided you did reasonably well and got enough gold to buy an upgrade. Upgrades start at 50 gold and they increase by 10 every time. It's entirely linear. It's an entirely linear progression. Nice healing spot. So there's these green crosses on the ground, and they're the only healing spots, where if you stand in them, they'll heal you 5 health per tick. They're one of the only reliable ways to get back to full health. Thankfully, I have been using Sword Vampirism, so I don't need that. But if you aren't using Sword Vampirism, which would happen if you're focusing on a ranged build, then it can be quite difficult. My first playthrough of this game, I went for a magic build. The second playthrough of this game, I went for a arrow build. And so this time, I'm going for primarily a melee build. Though certain enemies can't really be hurt super well by melee, like the Skeleton King, for example. So... oh god. Oh, geez, I should not be standing there. More of them. Why is there more Skeleton Kings? Stop spawning Skeleton Kings. I don't like those. Because I can't stun those enemies. The Horde I can deal with. Skeleton Kings I cannot. And yeah, enemies will always try to get within... will always travel vertically to try and get within a horizontal path of you, and then will move along that horizontal path. So, they'll move into my sword if I'm standing there. But obviously, with that Skeleton King there, it's kind of an issue because I can't stun him. So whereas I can stun all of these guys and I can stun the spawners, I can't stun those guys. So I need to kill him before I kill them. And I need to stop taking so much silly damage. And yeah, the first 4 levels of this game are reasonably easy, which is saying something because the 4th level is the first boss, and it's still reasonably easy. But once you get to later levels like these, then it actually starts to become very, very difficult. Or maybe not very, very difficult, but like quite a bit more difficult compared to what you've already faced in the game. Especially this room, which had a bunch of Skeleton Kings and 6 spawners. Which, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm basically stuck there. But thankfully, since they always move vertically and then horizontally, you can abuse the AI. And that's one tip I have for this game is the AI is very predictable. Use that predictability to your advantage, because if you don't, then you're just going to get hurt very quickly, and you likely won't last long in the game. But this is someone's first video game, so having AI that's predictable is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, heck, a lot of games try to make their AI predictable so that players can anticipate what they do. So having it be obviously predictable does not necessarily detract from it at all. And it's only like $4, so what do you expect? Anyway, so I was reasonably hurt, so I got to get a full heal, which is nice. Okay. What time is it? 2 hours in the stream. Oh, wait. Okay, I was going to take a small break to go get some more water, but let me kill these enemies first, because it's a giant horde skeletons coming after me, and I can't pause. So, yeah, let me just take care of these first. Oh, and Skeleton Kings. Lovely. 5 days. Please. There we go. Oh, it's right. It's this part of the level where they just have like a long series of Skeleton Kings that just keep spawning over and over and over. Okay, well, since it's going to take a while to get through all those guys anyway, I guess I'll take a little bit of a break. Well, I won't take a little bit of a break, but I'll just go ahead and go down here and start doing stuff down here, because they're going to be pursuing you anyway. Enemies will pursue you an endless amount. They don't have like an aggro range. They'll just go from the point that they're spawned to whatever your location is. So, yeah, there's no use trying to like juke them or anything, because they'll just keep tracking you. I mean, you can juke them in the form of getting around them, but you know, you can't ever get them to go away or stop going after you, because they'll always constantly go after you. You just have to either run away from them or eventually kill them. You know? Is there more Skeleton Kings coming? You know what? I'm just gonna finish the level. I'm just gonna go finish the level, and then after this level, we'll take a break. Because I want some water. I'm thirsty. That's the biggest thing I learned about being a streamer, is that you get thirsty very fast. No wonder so many people have a hydrate command. I have not figured out how to implement those bubble commands yet. Then again, I haven't put much into doing so yet. But I mean, what? I only started streaming like 2 weeks ago. I'm still relatively new to this. Dead Cells, by the way, was the game that got me inspired to start streaming. Because it has Twitch integration in it, and I'm like, and I wanted to play Dead Cells because I watched a streamer play it, and I thought it was a ton of fun. It's a roguelike, and I like roguelikes because I played Binding of Isaac and Enter the Gungeon and a bunch of other roguelikes, and I'm like, you know what? I want to play Dead Cells, and it has Twitch integration. I'm like, well, you know what? This is an excuse for me to actually get into Twitch, because I've always been kind of a very outspoken person when there's other people hanging out with me. You know, when I play games by myself, I'm extremely quiet, but when there's actually someone else in the room with me, I tend to talk a lot during a game anyway, even if they don't want me to. So I'm like, since I kind of already act like I'm on camera a lot of the time anyway, I might as well actually be on camera when gaming. Plus, it helps games be more fun. I can just ramble on forever. I tend to have a tendency to ramble about, well, random subjects. Helps fill the dead air and stuff too. So yeah, if you're annoyed by my talking, sorry, but that's the reason why I have it labeled as chatty in Twitch, because I forgot they do that. It's like, oh hey, I'm about to leave. Nope. I like how the skeletons are coming out of where the survivors are. It's like, I thought they would be attacking the survivors, but okay. Yeah, that's the reason why I labeled my stream as chatty and casual, because I am both chatty and I am casual. When it comes to gaming, I don't care about being super try-hard or anything, or super efficient or whatever. I just play games to have fun. Yeah. also don't really care if something is overpowered or not. It's just, even if something is overpowered, I don't mind. As long as it's fun to play with, yes, then overpowered is underrated, in my opinion. Alright. Levels ended. We will take this moment to get a small break. Let's all get up, stretch our legs, grab a drink, grab a snack. And I will return, because I need water. I have returned. Now I have a big old mug of water. Flavored orange this time around. I use some of that Mio stuff to flavor my water, because normal water is boring. And I have a cheese stick. Alright. Actually, I'll take this opportunity to check Discord, see if anything new is happening on there. Do-do-do. Alright. Oh, real quick. say W to my mother.
FM. Janet. Mobile
Oh. Okay. One more. Okay, I guess this break will have to take a little bit longer because my dad just got back with groceries because it's Friday and he buys groceries on Friday. He needs me to take on supplies, so I need to go bring in groceries. Give me a second. Please. Alright, I have returned. Sorry about that. Whew. Yeah, go buy a lot of groceries. Alright, let's get back to it. For those wondering, by the way, I am indeed an adult. I am not a kid. I'm like 25 something around there. I don't know, I don't keep a close track of my own age. Alright, so we got to that level. I'll take more protection from range. And more maximum health. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, let's get back into this. Ruins. What you got for me this time, villagers? You don't have to worry about hitting the villagers with your weapons, by the way. You can't. So. Also, there is no way to. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but that's the best I can do for getting the mouse off the screen. That's not even fully off the screen. I'm glad that you're alive. In the east, behind the ruins, hidden in ice caves, they contain the soul of the dragon, an ancient artifact. Okay. I wonder if a dragon's guarding it. Could be maybe that the last level's named Dragon, that we know. That's a lot of enemies. Okay, I need to get to one side. And boom, there we go. Yeah. That's how the game gives you more gold later on, is that the enemies that spawn drop more gold. So they basically spawn harder versions of enemies that the harder versions are obviously harder, but also drop more gold. So enemies don't exactly scale with your abilities. Enemies will always be the same regardless of how strong you are. It's just you generally scale with the enemies because of the fact that enemies drop more gold. So building up to really high levels early on is harder than building up to really high levels using some of the later levels. As I mentioned, level 4 is one of the best ways to build gold early on to allow you to get more upgrades. There is no experience in this game. It's purely gold, you know. If you want upgrades to any of your stats or anything, you have to spend gold to get those upgrades. Also, these enemies are being extremely annoying. Let me go ahead and start dealing with them. And I do have a freeze ability that I haven't been using. There, I believe I am now in the area that the mushroom cannot shoot me. Yay. I can deal with all these guys before I go back and deal with that mushroom. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. 3 viewers on stream, by the way. That's one of the highest amounts I've ever had. I believe it actually is the highest amount I've ever had, though I've had 3 viewers before. But it's tied for the highest amount of viewers I've ever had at one time. That's cool. Oh, if I didn't mention it before, thank you for the follow, Sif, by the way. I don't remember if I actually mentioned it or not. My memory is terrible. Let's destroy this red target and keep going. Oh! I had 4 for a few minutes earlier. I did not realize. It's better to use tip. It's better to use a skill frost on E. So it's better to use the skill frost on certain enemies, is I think what that was trying to say. Which are probably these guys. Yeah. As you go farther into the game, you get certain extra pieces of magic. You can't buy the magic, it's tied to the level itself, but you unlock certain extra pieces of magic over time. I've also unlocked Wall of Fire and the Frost ability, which doesn't freeze enemies, but it slows down enemies. So, that's cool. I don't use it that much. I should probably use it more often, but there's an even stronger variant of the Skeleton King. I am scared. I forgot that there's a stronger version of the Skeleton King that shows up in this game. It's been a while since I did my last playthrough in this game. But yeah, something I mentioned earlier in the stream, but a lot of people weren't here for that. I only had 6 hours clocked in this game before I started my stream today. So if we played the game on stream for the entire 6 hours, I'm going to be doubling my playtime in this game, which is neat. Which, by the way, if you do not know, I stream 6 hours every single day except for Sunday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do a different game each day. Monday is Dead Cells. Tuesday is... What's Tuesday again? Forget offhand. I'll have to look it up on my Discord. I have it written down on my Discord, so I remember what it is. Wednesday is Hearthstone. Thursday is Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Friday is Variety, and Saturday is Slime Rancher. What's Tuesday? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, yesterday was Magic Duel. Master Duel. I know what Thursday is. I remember what Thursday is, but Tuesday is the one I'm forgetting about. Let me look that up real quick, actually, because there's no enemies here. I have it written down in my own personal server. By the way, I have a Discord server. Check my Twitch channel for a link to that. Dust in Elysian Tale. Yeah, Dust in Elysian Tale, that's it. One of my favorite games of all time, and one that I'm deeply nostalgic for because of... Well, it's a pretty underrated game that was only available on the Xbox 360 game store until it eventually got ported to Steam. And before that, I had only ever played it on Xbox 360, and I am doing my first playthrough on Steam of it, which is pretty cool. I have never 100%ed the game before, but I've 99%ed the game before. And the reason why I've never 100%ed is because it requires doing a specific challenge with the highest possible ranking, and I never could manage to do that. So if you want to see more details about that, come check out my Dust in Elysian Tale stream. And hopefully I don't die here. Because I am taking a lot of damage, and these enemies are quite strong. Ow, those skeleton primes hit really, really hard. Get through them, get through them. This terrain is very annoying. Ow, ow, ow. I am one hit away from death. Don't die, please. Get health. Okay. I feel a little bit safer. The problem is, I want to get to like one side of these guys, but there's a skeleton prime on that side, and I can't access the other side. So, yeah. And I can't skill. Oh, no, that was a very dangerous place for me to be in. I want to get away from death. Evidently, I have a little bit more HP than I actually did. I'm dead. Ah, darn it. I tried not dying there. Oh well. Let's get more HP. And let's go back. Yeah, this game is pretty perilous sometimes. But it's fun, and I like it. Unlike something like Dark Souls, which is... I like to compare... Well, okay, this game doesn't share a lot of similarities with Dark Souls, but one of them is in terms of difficulty, in particular because of the fact that, unlike Dark Souls, where, yeah, enemies hit you pretty hard and they're pretty brutal, but at the same time, you have Estus, so you just have a reliable way that you can heal yourself, plus bonfires heal you full, as well as resetting enemies, but they heal you full. But in this game, you have no ability to heal. You don't have like an Estus sort of thing. So unless you got Sword Vampirism, which I already mentioned. Yeah, so this game has like the enemies hitting you really hard thing of Dark Souls, but doesn't have the Estus mechanic. So it's actually reasonably difficult in some of these later levels. Which is the reason why it usually takes me around 2 to 3 hours to actually complete the game in a full playthrough. It's just because the early levels I can get through in like a half hour usually. And you usually get through the first 4 levels pretty quickly, but it's these levels that actually get harder. And that's mainly just because of how hard the enemies hit and the dodging you have to do. Because I am not the best at dodging. That's the reason why I call myself a casual. I am certainly no hardcore gamer, that's for sure. And I don't ever want to be one, really, because being a professional gamer is not something I see myself wanting to do. Granted, live stream gaming is, you know, something a little different. But I don't ever like see myself being like a major Fortnite player or something, or like League of Legends, or you know, huge stuff like that. I'm not much for multiplayer games or team games or stuff. Granted, if I'm hanging out with buddies that I know, I can usually enjoy team games like Borderlands and stuff reasonably well. But if I'm just hanging out with randoms, or if I'm just like in a massive team in an MMO or something, especially if it's an MMO with a ton of different buttons, I tend to get lost and overwhelmed, especially considering I have a horrible memory. So I sometimes just forget things, like, for example, what I was streaming on Tuesday. Is a good example of something that I just completely forgot, even though I was the one that wrote it down to begin with. That's the reason why I write things down. For those of you new to my stream, you don't know this yet. Something you'll notice that there's an alarm that often goes off that marks the end of the stream, and that's because to keep myself regular and keep myself on a healthy routine, I have a lot of alarms set on my tablet to help remind me of, oh hey, it's 5 o'clock, take a shower, or it's 4 o'clock, do a workout, or it's 3 o'clock, end a stream, you know, or it's 7 a.m., wake up, stuff like that. And I just do that because while I might be able to remember those things, I also might not remember, or I might lose track of time, or, you know, be too interested in something or something like that and not notice. And it saves space that my brain can use to remember other things, so I don't have to constantly remember my daily schedule. You know, thanks to the alarms, I actually have more ability to remember other things, because I have a pretty terrible memory. It's not like debilitating or anything. I'm fully functional. It's just, you know, ever since I was a kid, I always could remember things super easily, especially if they're things that I don't personally consider important, or that don't impact me directly. Like, for example, when people tell me things like, oh, it's my birthday in March something or other, I'm like, okay. And then that rolls around and like, hey, you didn't say happy birthday to me. And I'm like, I forgot it was your birthday. You know, I forgot when your birthday was. It's like, yeah, you told me that a month ago, but I didn't remember. I know my wife gets on me sometimes about that, that it's like, oh, you know, you forgot this, you forgot that, and I'm like, yeah, because I forget things. I'm very forgetful, and I tell people that straight up when I first meet them, is that I'm very forgetful. So if you tell me things that you want me to remember, don't expect me to actually remember them, especially names. Names are the thing I'm worst at. And also, this is the room that killed me last time, so I need to concentrate. So quiet time for a moment while I concentrate. Get over there. Whoa. Right, I have a slowing down ability. I should use my frost ability more often. Much damage, I'm taking too much damage. You stop taking so much damage. There's a pillar blocking me. Kill these guys. Oh, Sorry, okay. We got more gold that time, though. Just some HP again. And I have maximum run speed on, by the way. I fully upgrade my run speed. Imagine that room if you didn't have fully upgraded run speed. Because I'm pretty sure the Skeleton Kings can move faster than you can if you don't have fully upgraded run speed. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, right, remembering. Yeah, I was rambling on about how I don't have the best memory. Speed. Yeah, this game does not support WASD, unfortunately. It is only arrow keys, but that's because SD and I believe A are all used as keys for magic. So that's the reason why. So that was something to get used to when I first played this game, was the fact that the arrow keys are what's required to actually move. And yeah. Alright. Now I'm trying to think of something else to talk about. But like, I already talked about that. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, I think but what time is it? It's 2 hours and 49 minutes in the stream. Okay. Oh, I guess I could talk about that. So, yeah, I recently got into streaming like 2 weeks ago or something like that. I forget exactly how long I've been doing it, but it's like 2-3 weeks, something like that. I'm thinking of maybe getting an avatar at some point for myself. I don't want to do face cam. That's the main thing. I do not want to do face cam. Just because I'm not a fan of face cam, personally. I'm not a fan of showing my face on camera, but I wouldn't mind getting some sort of like virtual avatar for myself. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a full, VTuber animated thing, but like a representation. So I'm gonna probably play around with formats. I take Sundays off because Sunday is laundry day for me, but also I'm probably going to also use it as like the day that I mess around with stream stuff. The games that I play on stream, I don't usually play off stream. I do play video games off stream because usually in my free time I play Fallout New Vegas. Originally Friday Variety was going to be Fallout Friday, but I was unable to because, well, New Vegas does not run well on stream at all. Like, at all. My PC is not good enough to do it. It's like the game already, for me, runs at like 40, 30 frames per second on my PC, but the stream, it was like streaming at 10 or 5, and yeah, that's not good to watch. So yeah, I'll take the game's advice and use it responsibly. And so instead I just switched up to Variety Friday, where you can just play anything I want to. Though my first Variety Friday, which you could probably check on YouTube, I did actually play Fallout New Vegas for my first Variety Friday, and that was just to prove the point of the reason why that's not the mainstay of my channel. For that thing. Originally, when I first started streaming, I played exclusively Dead Cells, like the entire time, only ever Dead Cells. But I realized that as I was getting into it for a while, I was starting to get more and more burned out of Dead Cells a bit. At least doing it every single day, because back then I also streamed on Sunday too, but only for 4 hours. It was like streaming literally every single day, 6 hours most days, 4 hours on Sunday, and always just streaming Dead Cells constantly. Just kinda burned me out a bit. I didn't want to be burned out of Dead Cells, because I like Dead Cells. It's a very fun game. And I didn't want to ruin my enjoyment of it. I also didn't want to be pegged into one specific thing. So I'm like, you know what? No, I'm going to change my schedule. I'm going to instead do a different game on each day. And so that's what I did. That's the reason why I'm now what I call a variety streamer. I don't want to be pegged down to just one video game that I play. Like those people where they just play Binding of Isaac, or just play Minecraft, or just play, whatever. At first, it was just Dead Cells. Which is the reason why my character profile is Dead Cells. Is a Dead Cells character. I don't know what he's named, but... that's the outfit I currently wear in Dead Cells. Of course, I'm going to keep the avatar, because I love the look of it. It's awesome. It's Ah. Right, I'm in this room again. I should actually concentrate. Alright. We're gonna take a moment and just shut up and concentrate. Okay, so if I go in only the first half of this room, only one of the skeleton primes actually spawn. That's good to know. So, since there's only one of them here... Okay, cool. I dealt with the first half. That's going to make this a lot easier, because I won't have a constant spawner spawning things in, and I won't have 2 skeleton primes to deal with. No names are given for any of the enemies in this game, so I'm just coming up with names. If you're wondering why I'm calling him Skeleton Prime, it's because I chose to. There's no actual given name in game. They're just called enemies. So. Alright. Yay! We killed him. Pouring enough arrows into his body was enough. Alright, let's deal with the major horde. Okay, sweet. And we're far enough away that the spawner didn't spawn in enemies. That's also awesome. Yay, I got through this room that kept killing me. And I'm at full HP. I am happy and proud of myself for doing that. Where's the target? Oh, it's over here. I forgot that the target's over here. Alright. Yeah, all of these guys can be stuck. So not that the skeleton prime is gone, you know. I don't have nearly as much concern because these guys can all be stunned. As long as I don't move into them, like I kept doing there, I should be good. What did I just say? I should stop moving into them. Okay, I need to... This is going to be a slow process, but I need to do this. Yeah. Yeah, sure, it's a slow process, but... There's the end of the level, right over there. So I kept dying right at the end of the level. Wow. Whoops. Well, hey, I mean, we're through it now. Well, almost. Oh, you little... Really, game? Don't you dare make me die in this area. That was sneaky. I'll give the game credit for that one. I was not expecting that one. I don't really rage at games, by the way, if you're wondering. Yeah, Red Skeleton Kings. I've been calling them Skeleton Primes. That's why I've been referring to as Skeleton Prime. It's those guys. Because, yeah, I went down to go attack this guy, and all of a sudden, 2 skeleton primes spawned right next to me, and a bunch of those really fast guys. And I'm like, really, game? That's incredibly sneaky. I'll give you credit for that one. I was not expecting that. I don't think I've encountered that. Oh, jeez, I forgot about that. So, remember the boss from level 4? Yeah, there he is. He just spawned in here as a normal enemy. I forgot this level does this. Okay. If I remember correctly, he hits pretty hard, so you don't want to actually let him hit you. Though, thankfully, as I mentioned before with the and of course you can't just leave. As I mentioned before with the mushrooms, ranged enemies will always fire exactly where you are. So, yeah, ranged enemies will always fire exactly where you are. So you can use that to help, like, dodge shots. Everything in this game is very predictable in terms of Well, okay. There's some things where they can surprise you there, but all the enemies' actual like movement and attacking and stuff, it's all predictable. Sorry, doorbell rings, so I had to go see. Thanks for the recap of the sneaky thing. Yeah, you're welcome. It gave me something to talk about because that honestly, I forgot the game does things like that sometimes. We're just like, oh hey, and suddenly there's enemies. Though the game doesn't. The thing about the game is that while it will do that, there is like a little animation of the enemy showing up. So even when they spawn it right next to you, you usually do have time to get out of the way. So that's neat. Anyway, let's create more maximum HP and more healing or more damage? More damage. Alright, we just beat the ruins, time to go into the labyrinth. And as promised, by the way, once I actually beat the dragon, I'm going to reset my talent and then go through the game again, doing like a mage build, and then do it again for a ranged attack. So you can see how different the game is when you focus on different things. Because like certain enemies become really easy when you go for a certain build, and certain enemies become really hard when you're not going for that build. So the game wants us to go over there, so we'll go over here first. Because there is a secret over here, which is a lot of money. If you wanted to just, this is one of the areas, by the way, that's easiest to just get a lot of money if you want to do it later on, because you can literally just load that level, walk backwards, grab the money, quit, and then you'll be in this screen again. You can, buy an upgrade and do it again. I'm not going to do that, but if you wanted to, you can do that, and the money respawns every time. So, if you don't want to fight that boss at level 4, and you got all the way over here, you can use this as just a spot to get a bunch of money. That's neat. It doesn't give you that much, but since there's no enemies and it's very quick, you can just keep doing that over and over and over again. So yeah, there's a giant hedge maze. Remember that small labyrinth we had before? Yeah, that was a child. Here's the grown-up labyrinth. Now, unlike the labyrinth we had before, where enemies could move through those little green grass things, they can't move through these hedge walls. They can't move through these hedge walls. They can move through these, but they can't move through the hedge walls. So, yeah, there we go. So, thankfully, they do also have to follow the path. But they can move through the locks just fine. Okay. Really? Sometimes the hit detection in this game is not exactly the best across the horizontal axis. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I am in trouble. I am in trouble. Because I have a skeleton prime right here in front of me. Okay, good. Skeleton prime is killed. And there's a spawner up there. That's where these white soldier zombies are coming from. I thought he was dead already. I am really low on health. Okay, well, I'm going to stand here for a while and just hold down my sword button while these guys come at me so I can get healing. You don't have to do this, but you can do this. Enemies that are spawned from spawners do not drop gold, but they can be used for sword vampirism. So yeah, I'm just going to stand here and hold down the Z button. Because you don't need to press it each time, you can just hold down the button. And it works. While this happens, I'll eat some of my cheese stick. My dad likes to buy blocks of cheese and then cut them into a bunch of little things because one, he says that one, not only is it more healthy than string cheese, but also two, you can get more variety and it's cheaper. So he bought me a block of pepper jack cheese and then cut it into little wedges that can take as cheese sticks. which is nice because it's a nice healthy thing I can eat. Which, by the way, a little tip I learned for streaming, and I did this before too, but this is a tip that's really helped me in streaming, is that when you leave to go get like water and a snack, a good idea oftentimes is like, if you leave to go get a glass of water, get a glass of water and drink it there, or drink your fill of water and then pour yourself another glass once you've already had your fill of water, because then you're already fully hydrated and you come back with a full mug of water. You know, instead of the alternative, which is you fill a mug of water, you come back, you drink it, and now suddenly you drank all of your water and there's no water there. You know, so if you're someone that is very thirsty like me and talks a lot as well, filling yourself up on the water and then bringing back a glass is usually a good idea because, well, I just explained why. And same with the snack too, because when I left to go get a snack, I ate a banana and then brought a cheese stick back with me because I figured the banana will satisfy me for now, and then if I'm somewhere like sitting here, I can just start nibbling on a cheese stick. And it'll help me reasonably well. Alright, I think after this skeleton dies, we're good for now. We can start making our way back. Because we're almost at half HP, and that's good enough. Or at least I can start getting closer. I can start dying faster. Yeah, I think we have a reasonable enough amount of HP now. Alright, plus it's red health orbs here, so does help. Alright. Let's make our way through this maze. And yeah, as you go periodically through this maze, things are going to spawn. So I mentioned before that enemies can inch closer to you even during your sword stunning. Those really fast enemies tend to do that quite a bit. Is that unless you have your sword damage cranked really high, most of the time they will be able to reach you in between your sword swings. Ooh, spawner. Whenever a spawner like spawns in, there's usually a delay between whether it's it spawning in and it starting to spawn. So you should have a little bit of a delay. And yeah, you just saw that skeleton go through that blue key door, even though we don't have the ability to do it yet. Also, when enemies are pathfinding towards you, I mentioned how they do vertical and then horizontal. Another thing they do is they take whatever the shortest path is, even if it's not the most advantageous. They take whatever the shortest path is for you. So they went up and around instead of down and around to get behind me, because up and around was the shorter path. Alright, red key. That unlocked all the red doors. Now we need to get access to the blue key, which, how would I do that? Okay, so go here, down, around. Yeah. Here, down, around, up, and through here. Okay. Because I was just quickly scanning the maze, because before the maze was really easy, but now this maze is actually somewhat puzzling. And everything looks largely the same. Okay. Regular skeleton climb, though I'm in a very enclosed space. Sorry, regular skeleton king, not regular skeleton. What am I talking about? I'm in a very enclosed space, Okay, good. I haven't killed. Don't kill me, please. Okay. Well, I dealt with him without dying, but I basically got to 1 HP again. So I guess we're sitting here for a little bit again. Well, I get more HP. Oh. yeah, the skeleton keys are an example of one of those enemies I was talking about. Excuse me. Anyway, the skeleton keys are an example of one of those enemies I talked about, where if you're going for like a magic or a ranged build, they're not that much different from a normal enemy. But hordes of enemies become a lot more of a problem if you're going for a magic or a ranged build, because obviously they have limited pierce. Now, Wall of Fire can definitely help in a magic build. But for a ranged build especially, having hordes of enemies eating up your arrows is a really not a good thing. Even if you get your arrows strong enough to be able to one-shot the enemy, that's still a lot of arrows that you're eating up. So hordes of enemies become more of a problem if you're focusing on those. Especially if you're doing a run where you want to exclusively use one weapon. You know. Oh, there's a spawner behind me. I didn't even notice. Come on. But for me, huge hordes of enemies are actually good, because it gives me a lot of vampirism. You know, it gives me a lot of sword vampirism time to heal up. So for me, huge hordes of enemies are good. The problem for me, though, is enemies like Skeleton Prime and the Skeleton King, where they cannot take any knockback. Okay. This guy's more reasonable to deal with, because one, I can juke him, and two, I have a very long straightaway. Like here, I can go here. Now, oh, but there's enemies coming from both sides. That's not. Ooh, stop getting clipped on the wall. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. That's yep. I faced my death with honor. There wasn't much I could do in that situation. I'm going to increase my vampirism and try that again. Because I was surrounded on all sides, and I was one hit away from death, and there was no way I could heal up enough to get out of there without just dying, so died. But that's okay. Death largely doesn't matter in video games. You know, you as I say in Dead Cells a lot, you live, you die, you repeat. You know, we got permanent progression, and that's all that matters. I guess I describe this game most as like a roguelike, though the game describes itself as like a slasher game, but I describe it as a roguelike because each time you die, you get gold still, so you can get permanent progression in the forms of upgrades that you buy with gold. So, really, like a roguelike, dying is not a big deal just because you always get more permanent progression every time you die. So that's neat. And in some ways, it's even better than something like The Binding of Isaac in terms of permanent progression, because you're getting gold, and gold is used to buy everything. So it's not even like, oh, you didn't defeat this character with this character, so you didn't get this specific upgrade. No, with this one, it's like, oh, hey, you got your gold cut in half, but you still have a bunch of gold. That was a very terrible decision to be stuck there. Please die, enemies. And yeah, I tend to play games very slow and cautiously. When I can. Some games you just can't do that. And those games I don't, because obviously I can't. But if I have the choice, I try to do slow and cautious gameplay. Ow. I might actually change my build, because I'm not actually liking this build all that much. I think I might change it up to like ranged. I'm going to try bow. Actually. So I'm showing off the melee build. I think I'm going to try the bow build after this. Which you can do, by the way, because there's a button that says reset talent, and you can spend a certain amount of gold, and they will then refund you for every single upgrade that you've done. A lot besides the pressing the reset gold button, so you can spend them into a different character. Yeah, there isn't like classes or anything. This game isn't super complex, but it's like $4. But for someone's first video game, this is pretty good, and it's actually pretty fun. And it's reasonably priced too, because that's the thing. It's like, you know, if they charge like $20 for this game, that'd be something different. You know, I'd be a lot more harsh about this game if it was $20. But like $4, yeah, no, this definitely is worth $4. You know, I've spent more money on food just to get an hour of enjoyment of a meal. So, you know, this is less than a meal, I like to think, in terms of price, but you get more hours of enjoyment out of it. You know? And it's the type of game that's fun to just, like, you know, go on a stream with some buddies and just mess around, you know? I'm just gonna stand here and let the hordes of enemies come towards me and just kill them. Especially considering the sword vampirism aspect of that. That's neat. Oh, I thought all the enemies were dead. I realized they weren't. And now I'm one hit away from death again. That time I made sure they were dead. Something you don't want is to get two enemies coming at you from two different sides at once, because with the sword you can lock them down if they're... Yeah, I died. Okay, with the sword you can lock them down if they're coming from one side, but if they're coming from two sides you can't really do anything. So you click reset talent, it resets everything back. Though every time you press reset talent it actually costs more, so you can't do that infinitely. The first time is relatively cheap though. We got all our money back. The initial upgrade costs 50, and the price increases by 10 every time you buy an upgrade. So now I'm going to dump everything into bolts. So chance to not spend bolts really high. Bolt damage. And poison bolts. And then the rest, I'm just going to spend into movement speed. There. Now let's see how different this is with this build. Now I move slower. My sword isn't nearly as impressive, but my bolts are a lot more impressive, because now they're doing 80 damage per. So we'll see that the dynamic of things change a bit. Also, I now have a 45% chance to not actually consume one of these bolts every time I use them. And I guess that's another thing I like about this game, is because everything is straightforward. You know, everything has like an exact number and it does what it says, and there isn't like any super hidden mechanics or anything that at least I know of. It's just all straightforward. The game doesn't lie to you about things, you know. The only thing it's vague on is these spheres don't actually give you an exact indicator of what your current health and mana is, but considering you know what the maximum is in the actual shop, because it just tells you, you can pretty reasonably guess. Alright, so we have 51 arrows. So yeah, suddenly that's a bit more different. And then boom. Oh, we aren't actually one-shotting them then. I thought we would be. We're one-shotting spawners, though. So, yeah. Suddenly, arrows are quite a bit stronger. We didn't take any damage, because we were able to just hit them with arrows. Suddenly, this guy is nowhere near as much of an issue anymore. Just look at that damage. Look at that poison damage. And he's dead. Suddenly, the Skeleton Prime is not nearly that much of an issue anymore. Because that is a really big factor. It's the fact that I have poison lingered up. Also, I think I figured out what the poison does now. What the actual upgrading poison. I think it upgrades the amount of damage it does per actual poison tick. I think that's what it is. Which, that's pretty strong, because I didn't know what the poison upgrade did offhand, but if that's what it does, that's pretty strong. Okay, so the upgrade, the actual thing is over here. Okay. And then, yeah, hit him, let a poison tick go off, boom. Also, arrows do stun enemies. That's neat. Wow, I died. I forgot how little health I have. Huh. I don't actually have enough to upgrade anything. Yeah, I forgot how little health I had. Yeah, as you can see, the dynamic changed quite a bit. Alright. We're 3 hours and 2 minutes. Excuse me. 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. Hopefully I'm able to beat this in one stream. My plan was to beat this in one stream. But I am playing particularly bad today. I don't know why. Wow. Okay then. I need to be a little more cautious. I wish there was a upgrade to improve the stun, but there is not. Alright. Yeah, I've been watching a lot more streamers lately. Just, checking out channels and stuff, joining other people's discords. All that jazz. Just because I'm curious about Twitch streaming. I've never really been much of a stream watcher for most of my life. Up until I got interested in, well, actually I don't remember exactly what first got me into really watching Twitch streams, but, oh, now I remember. It's because I was part of a server that, a dude advertised his stream on, and I was like, sure, I'm bored, I'll check it out. I don't really have any YouTube videos I want to watch right now, and I don't have anything else to do. So I watched it, and I had a lot of fun. And he plays Binding of Isaac stuff. Shout out to Daddy Lemur on Twitch. It was his content I watched. But he played Binding of Isaac, but then he also played Dead Cells, and yeah, I mentioned the whole Dead Cells thing. That's how I got started streaming. But lately, I've been, instead of turning to YouTube as my main form of entertainment, I've been turning to streaming. Just watching the streams, because, I don't know, it seems fun. And it's kind of cool to actually interact with streams. Particularly, I've been watching small streamers, because, or, like, streamers that don't have super active chats, I'll point out. Not necessarily small streamers, but streamers that don't have super active chats, just because then, if it's a super active chat, then I get, like, drowned in it, and I'm not a big fan of that. But, if it's only, like, a few dozen people, or, like, a few hundred people, that's usually pretty reasonable. You need to hang out with and enjoy, and... Okay, maybe the build I went for is not necessarily the best idea. Now I'm curious. What if I go for survivability build? So that would be like maxed out sword vampire, maxed out HP, maxed out run speed, maxed out sphere effectiveness, and then does protection from range. I've never tried this build. Let's go with this build, because this sounds interesting to me. And if I really need to, I can go back to a previous level to get more gold to level myself up to get back here, but I'm gonna go for a survivability build. See, like, how tanky can I make myself? So yeah, now none of my weapons do tons of damage, but I have a very powerful sword vampirism, as well as healing orbs are a lot stronger now. So we'll see how well this goes. 55. There we go. This does suddenly mean that this guy is harder, again, because I don't have the damage to be able to kill him very quickly. So I need to juke him all the way out here. Also, yeah, you can move through enemies, but they'll damage you. They don't have a box that stops you from moving through them. So you can move directly through an enemy, and when they reach you, they'll just stand on you. They don't have an actual, like, attack. They just have a hitbox. And their entire body is their hitbox. Even the spawners, their entire body is their hitbox. So basically, just trying not to have them run into you. They don't actually have, like, an animation for an attack or anything. Which, you know, is kind of annoying in its own way, but doesn't bother me at all. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna sit here for a bit, heal up. We're about halfway through the stream, so at this pace, I should actually be able to beat the game. And if it gets towards the end of the stream, and if it gets towards the end of the stream and we haven't actually beaten the game yet, and it doesn't look like we're going to do it soon, I might just make this into a second stream next time around on Friday. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Yeah. I'll keep the save file the way it is, but this is definitely a game that I wasn't going to put as one of my main games, because I'm like, I can't get more than like 2 streams out of this max. You know. It's not the type of game where you can do like a 50-hour playthrough of it reasonably. You know, it's not that sort of a game. It's more of a sort of a game, it's like, oh, if afternoon, I feel like playing Diabolic. I didn't do that. Wow, I died. Okay. I think I need to get myself stronger. So I'm going to go back to the boss, which is the one I mentioned right here. We're going to go back to this boss fight, which is actually a reasonably easy boss fight. I'm just going to fight this guy. And get money. That way I can get stronger stats. Go back in there. I don't know if grinding is actually required to beat this game or not. If you're a good enough skill, I don't know if grinding is required, but make it easier on myself, I'm going to do it. And I'll do it this way with the actual boss fight, because while it's easier if you just do the grab money, leave the level, grab money, leave the level, this is more interesting because it's the first boss of the game, so you know, it's actually reasonably interesting to watch. yeah, enemies are hitting me, but I'm healing for so much that it largely doesn't matter at this point in the game because the enemies aren't hitting me hard enough for it to actually matter. Also, you can dodge these left and right shots if you just stand exactly like in between those rows. It's hard, it's finicky, it's very precise, but you can do it. Like if I stand right here, I can't be hit by any of those. Well, I can be hit by this one because that's fired directly at me, but I can't be hit by any of those like set pattern ones like these if I stand in that exact spot. Of course, I didn't that time. No. And as I mentioned before, boss fights will continually spawn in arrows. So if you're doing an arrow build, boss fights will keep you supplying on arrows. And there we go, the boss is dead. And yeah, the boss gives you like 800 gold or something, which is quite a lot. I'm just going to be doing this for a while. If anyone wants to talk about anything. I know when I played this game privately, I just kept doing this particular level for like an hour. When I first beat this game, it's like an hour of my 2-hour playthrough was just doing this level over and over and over because of how much money it gave me. And not because I needed to or anything, just because I was like, oh, that gives me a lot of money, I'm just going to keep doing this for a while. You know, and I had YouTube videos on in the background while doing it, so I was reasonably distracted. Nowadays, I would just have streamers on in the background while I'm doing it. You know, the type of things that I do privately when I play games on my own. But games I play on stream, I don't really play on my own much anymore. With some exceptions, like for example, I occasionally load up Dead Cells on my own. I do have my own save file on Dead Cells. But like for example, Dust and Slime Rancher and Hearthstone and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and all those sorts of stuff, I don't really play those games on my own. Off stream, I mean. No. And yeah, as you can see, we only have access to Fireball here. We don't have access to Wall of Fire or the Ice ability, because those are locked to specific levels. You know, once you unlock them, quote unquote, they're only able to be used in the level that they're unlocked in or later. So, if you play an earlier level again, like this one, for example, you won't have those available, because those aren't things that you purchase, they're just things that you get to use over the course of the game. And there we go, the boss is dead. Easy victory. Alright. More protection from ranged, and let's do that again. Each time we do this, we get one upgrade at this point because of the amount that upgrades cost. Eventually, upgrades start costing like, I believe, over 1,000. I forget how much. I want to say the highest I've ever seen one cost in this game. Because I have maxed out a character. I have maxed out a character with all upgrades. You can do that. There's nothing restricting you from doing that in the game. It just costs a lot of money, and you need to get a lot of gold to do it. So, it's not reasonable to do it before the end of the game, but you could if you wanted to. And yeah, it would make the end of the game quite a bit easier. Particularly the dragon fight would be quite a bit easier if you did that. Of course, the dragon fight still isn't even easy with a maxed out character, because the dragon fight is really hard. The dragon fight, by the way, is the final boss of the game. It's the final boss fight. Though, thankfully, when you beat the dragon, you get like a stupid amount of money. So if you can manage to beat the dragon, you can usually get a good ways into maxing out your character. Especially if you do that fight good enough to where you can keep doing it over and over. Because then, yeah, every time you actually beat the dragon, you'll get like a silly amount of money. So you can just go through the levels again with really powerful characters. The really powerful characters. And yeah, you could just like repeat earlier levels as well, but doing the boss is faster, in my opinion. From what I've seen. And yeah, we're taking hits, we're taking a lot of hits, but also, like, we're healing so much and we have so much HP that it largely doesn't matter because they don't hit hard at all in the early game. It's when you get past this level that they start hitting harder. And it's not even like enemies get stronger arbitrarily over time. It's just you get stronger variants of enemies. Enemies always hit as hard as they always hit. It's just you start getting harder variants of enemies after this level. And yeah, protection from range does what it sounds like. It directly minuses the amount of damage you take from range attacks, though you cannot reduce it lower than you cannot reduce the amount of damage you take from range attacks lower than 1. You'll always take at least 1 damage from range attacks. So right now he's only doing 4 currently. If I had no protection from range attacks, he'd be doing 20 damage per hit. Which, with only 100 health at start, that's a fifth of your health bar, so it's pretty reasonably strong early on, but since I'm so upgraded, it doesn't actually matter all that much right now. And then, yeah. The dragon also has a really powerful range attack, too, so... not Labyrinth. Boss. Actually, can I do that? Can I just sit here with this and kill him without dying? I don't know if I can, but if I can, that would be funny. Can I literally just stand here and hit him with my sword? Because enemies try to move inside of your hitbox to hit you, and your sword covers the entire front, including your own hitbox. So, reasonably, if enemies run into me, while they'll do damage, they'll also be hit. And, yeah, it looks like even if I just stand here with my sword, I will kill him. Okay. So, actually, I should start increasing sword damage now that I think about it, because if I increase sword damage, this will go by faster. I don't even need to run around to do any of the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to increase my sword damage. Okay, this goes by even faster. And there's no upgrade you can do to increase the amount of gold you get or something. Now we're doing 11 damage, so I'll just stand here and do this again. And yeah, obviously when you first get to this boss fight, you're nowhere near this strong. And also, as I mentioned, like the first 4 levels of this game are largely tutorially, in terms of they are tutorially, but they're like easy. And they can lead you into a false sense that this game is really easy, but it's actually fairly challenging if you get later on. It's just the first 4 levels are really easy. Including this boss is really easy. I can't drink water. Alright. I like how the main quest is just to kill the boss. So this you can't do a pacifist run in this game where you don't kill any enemies. But if you wanted to make this game a whole heck of a lot stronger, sorry, a whole heck of a lot harder, you could try to do a kill as few enemies as possible run. You could definitely try that. And I think the number would be like 3 potentially. I think the number would be 3. Also, my TV just turned off, so I cannot hear the game or see the game, but I'm looking on Streamlabs to actually be able to see the game because my TV turned off. And the reason why I haven't turned it back on yet is because when I turn it on, my entire computer goes crazy for a second. And because it's like, oh hey, suddenly you're turning on a second monitor. Let me readjust everything. And it's like, that's not helpful. So I'm going to wait until this level is actually over. Because thankfully I have Streamlabs on my second screen. So I can see what you guys are seeing. So I can just use that to actually do the boss fight. As Surtur likes to call it, Streamlabs shit. That's what I used to actually Streamlabs. You probably already know that though because of the transitions. Okay. Let me turn on the thing again. Turn on my TV. Yes, computer, you're having a fit. I know you are. Okay. Move the screen back over here. No. That's not what I meant to move. What even is this? What am I grabbing? Oh, it's the alert box. Okay. I was like, I went to grab the Streamlabs and I grabbed some asset in my actual thing. Speaking of, do I have my chat box there? Okay, yeah, I do. Alright. Streamlabs there. Discord there. Da-da-da. Okay, cool. Alright. Did that wipe out the audio? I think that wiped out the game audio. Huh, okay. Well, I'll do this boss fight and then reload the game because sometimes that whole screen thing with my TV turning off, sometimes that completely wipes out the audio from the game. That this is something that happens because this has happened to this game and Fallout New Vegas and a couple of different games. So I'm used to this happening. So yeah, there's no audio right now for me or for you guys. Let me just do this boss fight real quick and then get my upgrade and then I'll quit out of the game and load it again. Oh, you know what? Actually, I might take a small break because I actually have to go to the bathroom and I'm out of water again. So that'll be a good time for a break time. Just have to stand here and hit this guy until he's dead. Alright. Let's improve sword damage. Even more. Alright, back. And yeah, you can press this button, by the way, and it will clear all progress on your save file. So if you ever want to do a brand new build or something, do that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. And then grab some more water. And while I leave, I'll load the game again so you have at least background noise. Alright. Apologies about that. I went ahead and grabbed a snack while I was out too. Alright, let me go back to live, and let's do this. Okay. This is the menu that greets you, by the way. Evidently, what's that flag? I believe that's the French flag. Hey, sir, are you still here? Can you verify whether this is the French flag or not? I'm going to look it up on my tablet, but I'm just curious if you have it. Sorry if I pulled you out of working. Okay. Let me look up what kind of flag that is. Okay, it's not the French flag. So what? Let me look up flags. National flags. What kind of flag is that? Well, that one's close, but Netherlands. That one's close, but that's not exact. Okay. Ah, here we go. Russian. Okay. That's the Russian flag. Got it. So, yeah, there's two different languages here. English and Russian. I just wanted to see what the other language was, because they're represented by flags. So, I guess that explains some of the translation stuff. This was originally a Russian game, and it was translated to English. Cool. I didn't know that. I never knew this was a Russian game. Because I know this game was originally made in a different language, but then it was translated to English for Steam. That's cool. Wait a minute. Let's get back to doing this. I think I'm going to do this 5 more times, and then we'll go back to the labyrinth. Actually, we'll stop doing this either when my sword damage gets maxed out, or when I can't get an upgrade from just one time doing this. Then we'll go back to the one. And I'm not keeping track of the precise numbers of this stuff, so Starter probably do better about that. Okay, so yeah, so every time I upgrade the sword, it's doing more damage, so this goes by faster and faster and faster. Alright, there's second time done. No, that's not what I have to do. Whatever. Whoops. I didn't mean to do more protection for the boss, but whatever. Go ahead and move the mouse up to like here, because this is where the upgrade usually is for sword damage. Oh. And yeah, the only spoken line in this entire game is the grunt of getting hurt. Besides that, everything else is text boxes, which I'm perfectly fine with, because I grew up playing a few text-based adventures. Ah, right, sword damage is up here. Okay. And then I have to move down here to click the boss. Right, that's the reason why I have the mouse down there. Got it. So this is 3. Yeah, I'll just do it. Let's do it 5 more times. So this is the 3rd time. And yeah, you can intersperse things like arrows or this or whatever, but the sword is the most consistent form of damage. Yep. Alright. Yeah. I mostly play PC games. I do play some DS games as well, like 3DS. In particular, I quite like Fire Emblem Awakening. That's a really good game. I have a very large, well, okay, maybe not very large, but I have a large library of games I can play on stream. Usually the games I can play on stream are entirely limited by what my computer can actually handle playing. You know. Because it's like, sure, I could stream like Fallout New Vegas or Skyrim or Fallout 4 or stuff, or Doom, like Doom Eternal or whatever, but the main problem with streaming those games is the frame rate's going to be terrible. You know, it's like, sure, I could stream those games, but it wouldn't exactly be enjoyable for you guys to watch because it wouldn't be running at a reasonable frame rate. A reasonable frame rate to me, by the way, is at least 30 FPS. You know, if the game doesn't run at least 30 FPS, then I'm not usually a big fan of streaming it. With the exception of Hearthstone and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, because I don't mind if those games run not super well. Mainly just because those games aren't fast-paced in any category. You know, they aren't like... Because they're card games, you know. Even Battlegrounds is arguably just fine. And yeah, there isn't like a specific genre of game I enjoy. I enjoy most games, and I tend to have fun with a lot of games. I don't really rage at games either. I don't usually... I can get scared sometimes. I can get panicky, but I don't usually rage at the game, like, ever. And usually when I start raging at a game, I just... Usually if I ever do start raging at a game, I just kind of back up and I'm like, okay, that's enough of me playing this game right now. Because I used to rage at games back in the day, but then, like... The first time I ended up throwing my controller and it bounced off the couch, smacked into the window, and broke the window, I was like, okay, from this point onwards, I'm never going to rage at the game again. You know, I don't care how frustrating it is, I'm not going to let my anger get high or anything. You know, and because I used to have far bigger anger issues as a kid, but I don't have anger issues. It's nice. Anyway, let's go back to the labyrinth. Let's try the labyrinth again, now that we actually have a... I guess more proper build. And now we've grinded the boss a few times. Also, a little tip for saving money, by the way. If you realize you're about to die, you can actually just leave the level instead of... You can press escape and Q to leave the level. And while it won't pause enemies, it will let you leave the level without losing half of your gold. I haven't been following that tip, but it's a reasonable tip if you want to try and save more gold. Cool, we're doing enough damage that those guys won't hit me now. That's awesome. They can't get to me fast enough to actually hit me. Yeah, moments like those. Here. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's perfectly reasonable. We go back up here. I don't know how he managed to hit me from there, but okay. I have to be a little bit more careful, I guess. Yeah, I think we actually have more damage now than we had last time, which is pretty cool. Occasionally when I don't know what to say, I'll just start humming a random song. You know. Sometimes it's one I come up with off the top of my head, sometimes it's something I've listened to recently. When I'm on stream, I try not to hum things that I've listened to recently just because of copyright issues. Maybe not necessarily copyright issues for Twitch itself, but copyright issues for YouTube later when I actually upload this to YouTube. Take your time, Starter. I am Go do whatever you need to do. Oh, that was silly. I took some silly damage there. That's okay, because all these guys are showing up, so they're going to help heal me. Aren't you guys? Yes, you will die by your sword, which will help heal you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Usually I have more to say in games because there's usually like more voice acting, not necessarily voice acting. There's more like dialogue going on and more, you know, interesting stuff. But this game's relatively low-key, quiet. Oh, right, now I remember where to go. So Right. I have to go out, left, up, around, through here. And then I get trapped in a tight little area with that guy, if I remember correctly, which is a normal skeleton. I wish there was an upgrade that let you, like, stun even those big skeletons. You know, that'd be nice. I was trapped by things, because while you can move through enemies, you cannot move through barrels. Come on. Okay, good. Ah! I didn't think I was going to get hit there. Darn it. Oh well. You know what? Let's put poison on our bow. That might actually help. Welcome back, buddy. And if a particular game gets finished that is permanently part of my thing, like Dust and Elysian Tale, for example, I know we'll eventually finish because it's a pretty short game, all things considered. It's not nearly as short as Diabolic, but, you know, it's a game where, like, you can finish it in like 20 hours. And that's if you're 100%ing it. If you're just playing through the game and not bothering about the side quests at all, you can probably finish it in like an hour or something. I'm sure there's speed runs of Dust and Elysian Tale where they finish it in an hour. You know, I might actually want to look that up at some point. I'm curious what the actual, like, speed run for Dust and Elysian Tale is. Apologies. I had to sneeze. I have very loud sneezes, as you could hear. Sorry if that scared anyone. I did not mean to scare anyone if I did. Apologies. Yeah. One of the biggest things that helped me in my streaming was when I figured out how to use noise gates and noise filters. Help get rid of all the little ambient background noise that my microphone produces. So now I actually sound somewhat competently professional at what I'm doing. Even though I'm not a professional in any capacity, I label myself a casual for a reason. But I can at least, you know, be more enjoyable in regards to not hearing a bunch of random static in the background. Of course, if you ever join me in like a Discord call sort of thing, you'll hear the fact that my normal microphone still has that going on, but on Streamlabs I sound better because I actually have filtering and stuff. I don't have a very expensive mic. I have like a $20 Walmart mic, so, you know. I'm not very well off. I don't have very good sound equipment. I do at least have a pop filter, which is nice. You know, so that's cool. I have a pop filter, so that actually does help quite a bit. A layer between me and the microphone. And yeah, I guess one of the main motivations for streaming was just because I had a bunch of free times anywhere where I was already playing video games. Because it's the pandemic right now. You know, stuff is kind of locked down and there wasn't much I could do anyway. So why not? I'm noticing I'm talking a lot more about personal subjects in this game than I normally do. But the main reason why I'm doing that is just because there isn't that much to talk about in the game. I'm just doing the same level over and over. I have to kill these enemies and then slowly inch my way over to that spawner so we can kill that spawner and then move on. Because, you know, and all the while I'm killing the enemies with my sword, specifically to make sure that I get the healing from the sword vampirism without just sitting there and abusing the healing from the sword vampirism, because that's boring to watch me just sit in the same spot and hold Z for like 5 minutes. Yeah, I could reasonably do that on my own because I could just, just like watch a YouTube video, hold Z, and just not even look at the screen. But for you guys, and for me right now, it'd be boring if I just did that because I can't exactly watch a YouTube video in the background if I'm streaming. I also have to be entertaining. I have to fill the dead air, all that jazz. And this game is not very narratively interesting, let's put it. This is why I said it's nothing like Dark Souls, because Dark Souls has a huge, like, really good atmosphere and stuff, and I love Dark Souls. Dark Souls is awesome. It's one of the few, like, actually hard games that I enjoy playing. Dark Souls and Toho are like the actually hard games that I enjoy playing a lot. I might actually want to stream Toho at some point. That sounds fun. See me die over and over to Scarlet Devil. Alright. Okay, cool. I forgot I have a freeze ability. If you've never played of or heard of Toho before, first off, hi, welcome to the internet. It's all over the internet. But also, second off, it's quite the franchise. You know the genre called bullet hell? Yeah. Toho is one of the, I guess I'll say one of the poster childs of bullet hell, but it's not like they were an originator or even a popular. They're one of the most popular bullet hell games ever. And just one of the most popular franchises ever in terms of popularity. Maybe not as much in the West, but in the East, definitely one of the most popular franchises ever. Where it's like a household name, and its creator Zoo. Speaking of, the majority of the Toho games are in. Well, okay, I won't say the majority because we have had a lot of them here, but a lot of the Toho games are exclusive to Japan because that's where they originate from. In particular, the first 5 games in the franchise, I believe, are all exclusive to Japan. It's the 6th game, which is Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, that got ported to computers in the West. Got an English translation. Not a very good English translation, but it is an English translation nonetheless. It's also one of the first games to actually run on PC, whereas the other ones were running on like DOS, if I remember correctly, instead of Windows, like modern games that tend to be run on. Alright. So I'm not gonna kill that enemy right now. I'm gonna try to juke them. Oh wait, I can't juke them. D. Oh, this is a terrible place to be stuck in. D. Oh, this is worse. Why'd I pick here? Okay. If it wasn't for you, I would still not know what Toho is. Yeah. Yeah. I love Toho. In particular, the reason why I got into Toho originally is not because of the games, but because of the music. I love music of all forms, especially video game music. Video game music to me is some of the best, in my opinion, because almost all... Oh, whoops. I just spit some cheese on my keyboard. Apologies. Anyway, I don't even know exactly why video game music is some of my favorite, but it is. And I think part of it is because almost all video game music doesn't have lyrics. Not to say that songs with lyrics are bad, because obviously they aren't. It's just I don't know. There's something about video games that make really enjoyable music. Like, it's, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I like all forms of music, though. I'm a big music guy. I'm a big music nerd and enthusiast. I like music a lot. I like basically all genres of music, though. I say, though there is some exceptions. The first exception is screaming music. Not necessarily screamo, but like any music where they're just constantly screaming into a microphone. It's like, I don't really want to listen to this. And the second is what I like to call talking music, which is where it's not very interesting to listen to. It's just a dude talking into a microphone for like 3 minutes while there's a basic backbeat playing. And I don't know if that would be considered rap or what, but I've heard a lot of rap songs that are great. It's just that super basic style is just kind of very to me. It's not even like I dislike it. It's just not something I would choose to listen to if I was pulling up music to listen to. But like, for example, this music is really cool because it's nice ambient, it's scenic, it's relaxing. It has a tone of sadness to it. Not necessarily dreariness, but like, I don't know. Like a sad undertone to it. Like, everything has gone bad, but they've accepted it. It's accepted its fate, and now everyone is just trying to live through the rubble of what used to be, sort of thing, you know? That's kind of the vibe I get from this song. Is that, well, as I just described, everything's gone bad, but the world has moved on a bit and accepted it, and is just generally sad about the situation, but deals with it because they have to, and it's life. Yeah. Which is funny because that has more complexity and depth than this game largely does, but it's certainly interesting. It's a very slow piano, and it's just like there's so many. I can talk about video game music forever, which I guess as a streamer, that's not necessarily a bad thing, to just talk forever about something. I'm taking too much damage, Yep. I think I'm not high enough a level yet, or at least I'm taking too much damage because I keep taking silly risks. Okay. Improving my bolt damage might actually be a good idea. I'm going to do this boss a few times and increase my bolt damage. Also, I'm not going to increase my bolt damage. I'm going to increase my magic damage. That's it. That was the thing I wanted to increase. 2. This will be 3. I'll do this 10 times. Four. Wow, way to go, Bugboy. You just spilled water all over yourself. Well, that was unintentional. Thankfully, most of it got into my clothes instead of onto the ground, but... By the way, I'm going to be taking a shower later, so that's not a big deal. And it's not like it was soda, it was just, water, so it'll go away eventually. We're about 4 hours and 17 minutes into the stream. And that's the other reason why I didn't want to make this a mainstay of my channel. It's just because, honestly, this game does drag on a bit in terms of just... In terms of, if you have to repeat the same level over and over, it does become repetitive in terms of, like, I don't know. It's not the most interesting thing to stream. That's all I can really think of to say. It's fun to play. It's very fun to play. It's not the most interesting thing to stream because there's not that much visually interesting going on for you guys out there. But then again, if you like chill streams of just having something on in the background. So, yeah. I guess it's fine. I don't know, I sometimes wonder if people come to my streams for the games or come for me. No, that sort of thing. That's something I've always wondered about streamers. Like, how much of it is coming for the game and how much of it is coming from the streamer themselves? And I'm sure there's always like a give and take between the two, you know? There's certain streamers who are really cool that, you know, you just watch what they do because they're a cool streamer and you like hang out with them. And then there's others where they just happen to be playing the game that you enjoy playing or enjoy watching people play, so you just watch their content. That was 6, so this will be 7. If it gets to like 5.5 hours into the stream and I still haven't actually done it, I'll probably go ahead and use some, I still haven't actually beat the dragon. I'll probably go ahead and use cheat engine to just give myself maximum stats. Because you can, this game is very susceptible to cheat engine. I mentioned that before. That if you actually wanted to, you could just give yourself max gold, for example, and just give yourself an arbitrarily high amount of gold and get every single upgrade. And I would do that just to, you know, so I wouldn't have to sit here and do it continually for a while, you know? And that way we can actually have the game completely finished at the end of the stream. But it's only if it comes to that. Hopefully it won't come to that. But if it does, I'm willing to do that. I do have cheat engine, and I have done it before in this game. I would not advise doing it in your own playthrough privately, but for the sake of the stream, I'd do it. I have beaten this game legitimately before, though, with just on my own playtime. I didn't have to grind nearly this much though when I beat the game on my own. So I guess I was just playing a lot better that day. Then again, I also wasn't trying to talk constantly while I was playing that, so that might be part of why, because the whole streamer thing of doing worse because you're talking. And I talk a lot. But yeah. That would probably be the only problem with Toho if I wanted to do Toho. It's just because of the fact of how hard that game is. It's like, whereas for most games it'd be like, okay, it's serious time. Occasionally, for Toho, it's like, it's always serious time. I believe this is number 9. But yeah. I don't know if I'm definitely not gonna make that one of the main games of my channel, but I might do it for a Variety Friday at some point. By the way, one of the games that I do on like Monday through Thursday and Saturday, one of those I could do those on Variety Friday if I wanted. And usually when I do, I like to pick a game that I just do for the entire stream. I don't like to switch games in the middle of a stream if I can help it. So like, like today, for example, I picked Diabolic, and I'm like, I'm going to do Diabolic for the entire stream. There was one stream in which I did switch halfway through, and that was the first Saturday that I'd started to do, like, because right now it's Slime Rancher Saturday, but originally it was Stardew Valley Saturday, and I was doing that Saturday, and I was doing Stardew Valley stuff for like the first half of the stream. But then I came to realize over the course of doing Stardew Valley stuff that I was having lots and lots of technical issues, and the game wasn't really running all that well, and my mods weren't working, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah, and ultimately I went, you know what? No, we're just going to switch out of Stardew Valley. I want to go play Slime Rancher. And I did. I'm going to go play Slime Rancher instead. And yeah, so that's what I did. I just quit out of Stardew Valley, changed the stream title, went to Slime Rancher, and just changed it from Stardew Valley Saturday to Slime Rancher Saturday. Though my one friend has expressed interest in playing Stardew Valley multiplayer at some point for Variety Friday, so that sounds fun. I just have to wait on whenever she wants to do that. Because I don't know what her schedule is like, and she was the one that expressed interest in, so I'm like, okay, cool, that sounds good to do at some point. Like, go see you temporarily. Anyway, this will be a final time. I know this is number 11, but I just felt like doing it again another time. I wish the poison could stack multiple times, but it cannot. Okay. Now we're going to upgrade our magic damage by quite a bit. There we go. Now we're up to 20 in our magic damage. This should help quite a bit, because we basically doubled the power of our fireball. So now our fireball does for the amount of damage that a base arrow does. And our fireball currently does more damage than our melee swing does. So we should be able to take out those Skeleton Kings and Skeleton Primes reasonably easier, now that we've done this, by just blasting them with fireball. As well as the enemies in front of them, if enemies are getting stuck in front of them. Also, yeah, there's another secret there, where if you just go forward and go into this area, you get completely locked out from getting the money that's behind you. So now we gotta go through here. We've been through this area quite a few times at this point. So how quickly can I kill you now? Okay, cool. So you die quite a bit faster. That's good. So basically, using a full mana bar will kill those guys, which is very nice. Yeah, now we're cooking with gas. Now we're doing more damage. Yeah. Improving my magic was the way to go. Though I still shouldn't be taking silly damage. Because that's still not a good idea. But now I can at least kill skeleton primes that come by. I'm going to wait here because those enemies are coming from the left, and I don't want them to flank me. Yeah. Alright. Now we're reasonably more equipped for this situation. I've done this so many times, I didn't even need to think about where that path was, I just remembered. How fast can I kill you? Yay, I can kill you without getting hit. That's awesome. Kill these guys before they hit me. Good. That's good. Okay, cool. Ow, ow, ow. Stop hitting me, please. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you could like buy our health regeneration ability, like just an ability that gave you passive regen, that would make this game quite a bit more manageable, because then you could just like sit in one spot and let your health regen. Which the only thing you can do like that now is if you get spawners and you just sit here and attack enemies with your sword continually to regen that way. But if instead you could just do like a health regen thing, that would be cool. Because then you could do that. But, you know, Noctis game, he didn't want some sort of health regen. He wanted you to not be able to have passive health healing, which I can respect. You know, you only get health from pickups or spots or specifically killing enemies. Which, yeah, as I said, I can respect. By the way, there is a cap on the amount of arrows that you can hold at a time. 99 is the cap. Just like 9,999 is the highest amount of gold that you can carry at a given time. But you'll almost never reach these caps in normal gameplay. I think I've only ever hit the arrow cap in normal gameplay once, and that's because I wasn't using arrows at all. And I've never hit the gold cap in regular gameplay. I've only hit these things when using Cheat Engine. And just because I wanted to see how high it goes. And while the actual number can potentially go higher, the game won't count it if it goes higher. So, yeah. That's how that one works. Are you gonna let me leave? No. Of course you aren't. Okay, cool. So yeah, pretty much a full mana bar will now kill those guys. Okay, and yeah, they're dead now. Yay, he's dead. I'm glad. Bing bong, the king is dead. The king is dead and dead and dead. Yay, 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 yay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ah. We have a very specific arrow count, and it is quite nice. Okay. I'm at full HP, so I'm just gonna chew through these guys as fast as I can. Whoop. Stop hitting me. What are you doing? Stop. Be aggressive. Be aggressive, aggressive. I hear movement outside my door. Yeah, I live in a house. I live in a house with my dad and his girlfriend and her brother. And I work for my dad's personal business. I don't mind sharing some of this information just because it's not like I'm sharing anything that could help people specifically locate me or anything. And it gives me something to talk about. I'm just slowly inching my way over to that spawner. There's two of them, actually. There's two spawners. Slowly inching my way over to them. Because the safest way to get over there is by just killing these enemies with swords. It just takes a while, so... Okay, cool. Nice. Alright, we got all those enemies killed. Finally, we're actually... Oh, wait. More things. We're being flanked on both sides. Thankfully, I was able to kill the one side's people first. Okay. Let's go get this stuff. Okay, cool. What's in this box? Yeah. Alright. Oh, I'm up to 98 arrows. Yeah. I wonder if we're actually going to hit the cap of 99. That'd be cool. If I fired one less arrow, I guess we would have. But either way, yeah, the main quest is just past the ruins because, well, the ruins are quite extensive, as you can tell. Aha! Nice. Yeah, sometimes the horizontal axis doesn't quite work, because everyone is, like, flat in this game, as far as I can tell, in terms of their hitbox. They're, like, a picture. So sometimes it can go by them, even though it seems like it reasonably should hit them, just because their hitbox isn't very, like, tall. It's wide, it's just not very tall. Yours is too, I should mention. Yours works the same way as well, so it's not even like you have an unfair advantage. Also, I find it funny that your dude has a shield in front of him. That he's wielding a shield, as we can clearly see, but the shield does nothing in game. The shield serves absolutely no purpose. It's just aesthetic. I find that funny. It's like he has a useless shield in front of him. Oh, that's mean. Hello, there's two of you. Die to fireballs. Thank you. Die to poison? No. But you'll die to fireball. Yes. I think at some point there's like a spawner that happens that spawns skeleton kings. If I remember correctly, there's a spawner for skeleton kings that shows up later, and that's like the most ridiculous one I think they have in terms of just like a spawner. And the spawner, by the way, is those black totems, for anyone who doesn't know. That's what I call them, anyway. The game doesn't have any names for any of the characters, so I just come up with names, and I call those guys spawners. So that's what they're doing. They're spawning enemies. Alright, now we can leave. Thank goodness we can finally leave. We'll probably get jumped by more enemies, but hey, we're out of the labyrinth, and we're out of the narrow corridors. And we potentially have made it past this level, because the only objective is past the ruins, and this is the ruins, so... Yeah, I figured we'd get jumped by more enemies. Okay, you're dead. Oh, we actually have higher than 99. Interesting. So we have 106. Well, that enemy's dead now. Yeah, upgrading the power of our fireballs really helped. Really helped quite a bit. Oh, right, this is the area that just continually spawns Skeleton Kings, if I remember. Yeah, except it's not Skeleton Kings, it's Skeleton Primes, but yeah, it just continually spawns them over and over and over again. And it won't do it forever. It will eventually run out of them, but like, it takes like 5 minutes. Really? I thought this is a spot. I know there's a spot in the game where they just spawn those giant skeletons. Really? Okay. Okay, game. I see what you're doing there. I forget the game does that quite a bit. Alright. Now can I leave, maybe? Yay, we left. We won. The last dungeon awaits us, which is the ice. After that, it would just be the boss fight against the dragon. And we're at 4.5 hours, so we've actually made some good time. Well, I've been talking about it, so let's improve more fireball damage. So now we got ice mechanics. We can pass through these. So yeah, we can destroy ice. But if we do, these ice guardians will occasionally spawn in, and they don't take knockback. So we have to be careful about destroying the ice, because ice guardians spawn in. But you can also just walk through the ice, so you don't have to destroy the ice. Though occasionally, yeah, these ice things will just spawn in as normal enemies as well. They hit pretty hard, and as I said, they don't take knockback. So, sorry, they not knockback. They don't stun. Meaning this is actually a horde enemy you have to worry about, because I can't stun them with my melee weapon, unlike skeletons and stuff. So you actually have to kind of kite them around. Which is part of the reason why they give you so many arrows in this area. Though, yeah, and unlike what you might expect, they don't actually take double damage from fire. I thought they do, but no, they don't actually take double damage from fire. They take normal damage from fire. But yeah, there we go. We beat all of those guys. So yeah, those guys are pretty tough, because it's not that they do all that much. I am one hit away from death. It's not that they do all that much damage, it's the fact that they don't get stunned, and you get large hordes of them. And yeah, where you can just break a crystal, and guess what? They just show up. And yeah, if you tried to run away, it would block your progress, but I don't usually run away. I like to fight everything I come across, usually in video games. Even in, like, Pokemon, for example, I won't run from random encounters. I'll just do the random encounters. You know, it's like, you know that meme of, like, so many Zubats in the cave and you keep running and more Zubats show up? I'm that meme, except every time a Zubat shows up, I always knock them unconscious with my Pokemon. So it's just, the cave, it's like, I'm just evidently systematically, oh, jeez, I forgot about this. I'm dead. Okay. Just, yeah. So, yeah. That's pretty tough. But that's part of the reason why they give you so many arrows beforehand. Also, I believe these guys are immune to the frost. Yeah, they're immune to the frost magic because they're made of ice, obviously. Really, that's an instance where the hitbox thing is really annoying. So yeah, you just have to kite these guys around constantly, shoot at them, and then when you run out of like magic or whatever, or arrows or whatever you're using, you have to just kite them around, get more, you know. And just don't let them get too close to you. Okay. I just destroyed all of them, and this time it took a lot less damage. And this is, again, where exploiting the behavior of how the AI works. Of it always goes vertically until it gets to a horizontal view, and then goes horizontal. That's where doing that actually really does help. Also, another tip, if you can, getting them to come at you from, I forget if it's above or below, but one direction is more likely to make them not be able to hit you. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. How are they expecting me to get out of that situation? Because they have them coming at me from all sides. I forgot about this level. I honestly, I think I blocked this level out of my memory. Because, man, this is a hard level. Because it's so hard to avoid damage. And again, as I mentioned before, there is not that many good forms of healing. And one of the main forms of healing is the sword heal, but I can't stun these guys with my sword, so sword heal is incredibly dangerous to go for. So I can't exactly do that. Thankfully, each of these guys drops 5 gold every time they die. So, you know, they do drop a good amount of gold. It's just... yeah. Plus, they can also just randomly spawn, like right there, for example. If you just destroy some ice, they can just randomly spawn. Alright. Also, yeah, if you don't get these arrows early on, they won't be available to you anymore because that area gets locked down. Yeah, I have to be careful about sorting this stuff because I could just randomly get, you know, an ice dude in my face. And then what am I supposed to do? Yeah, what am I supposed to do with this level? So many of them. This is frustrating. This is frustrating. I did see something noticeable there though, that if you don't go hot, if you stay low enough, only one set of those ice guys actually spawn in, which makes it a little bit more reasonable in terms of, you know, dealing with it. Maybe I should try using Wall of Fire more often, because I don't use Wall of Fire a lot. Maybe I should try using it more often. We're gonna try using Wall of Fire instead of Fireball to see how all that helps. Hiding these guys around. The other problem with Wall of Fire is that it's so short range. But I guess in a way that's also a boon. I just happen to notice that guy. And it's not as good against single targets. If I have a single target, then I'll just use normal Fireball. Oh well. Yeah. That was it. 4 hours and 40 minutes on the stream. Okay. So how are you all doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing well. All things considered. Getting to hang out with all you guys. And I know most of you are lurking, that's okay. The red crystals you can't do, but the white crystals, so like the blue crystals you can. Also, I triggered the other section which I didn't want to trigger. Alright, Wall of Fire. It's Wall of Fire. I tried doing that trick. Yeah. I think I might call it there in terms of playing Diabolic. I really feel like doing more of that right now. Yeah, let's call it there for that. I won't leave though. I'll load up a different game for not be right back. Actually I do need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Get up, stretch, go drink for a second. So, I've been thinking about it, and I think I'll just do a little bit of Hearthstone Battlegrounds, because that'll be a nice way to detox and de-stress and all that jazz. Plus, it's fun. I love Battlegrounds in Hearthstone. So let me go ahead and load up Hearthstone. That requires me to open up that and open up. Where is the BattleNet launcher? There it is. Hearthstone. Go. While that's loading, I'll check Discord a bit. Aha! It's loaded, but it has not appeared on Streamlabs yet.
Gather round, everyone! The fun's about to start!
Hey, Streamlabs. Thank you. Okay, Streamlabs took a while. Battleground board, Jade Garden. Oh, we were just talking about Battleground. I got pack. When did I get pack? Oh, I somehow got a standard pack. Okay, I'll take that. Let's see what I get. How's the FPS, by the way? 20? Yeah, 20 is good. Bloated Python's pretty good. The rest of these are okay. If I was doing Murlocs, that's pretty good. And Dirty Tricks is always loaded. Alright, let's load some Battlegrounds. Oh, I should change what the stream title is now that I'm thinking about it. I'll do that while Battlegrounds is loading. How do I... Ah! That's how I got it. Okay. Alright, Hearthstone. Okay. Refresh 5 times. I haven't gotten to play as her since she got her new, extra minion, the Sklib Demon Hunter. No one ever gotten to play this guy. Game gold this turn, increase refresh your hero power. I want to play as the Arana. I want to play as Arana. Let's enjoy some battle. Update. Successfully updated the stream title. Okay, cool. So I updated my stream title. Alright. Phil, this game I can check the chat quite often, so. Alright. After you play making next refresh cost 0. So. Yeah. Have you ever tried that little trick, sorta? Where you, instead of buying a minion, just spend your first turn to just refresh 3 times. So that way you can get her thing faster.
Don't tell the
And it's because, like, early game damage doesn't really matter in this game, so. Doing that's fine. Oh, this chick dropped out, evidently.
The battle is really raging out there.
And boom, now we have it unlocked. There we go. Anyway, so we're not allowed to have Murlocs, Dragons, or Elementals. Well, I'll freeze this because this has both a Wrathweaver and an Impulsive Trickster. Which is nice because we're going to go with Demons. At least I'm thinking of going for Demons. So her special thing was once you refresh 5 times, she unlocks her thing, which turns her into a demon hunter, and then her spectral sight ability allows there to be 7 minions in Bob's Tavern every time she refreshes. Whereas people normally are limited to a number of minions equal to their tavern tier, roughly. And funny thing is, I'm not actually doing the worst compared to everyone. Alright, so, got this.
Kill me with your anger.
Yep. Battlegrounds is fun. Hearthstone Battlegrounds is probably one of the most fun game modes in like any free-to-play game I've ever played. Because and one of the interesting things about Battlegrounds is the fact that it's the most under-talked about part of Hearthstone in my opinion, but it's honestly the most fun part of Hearthstone in my opinion. Not because it's under-talked about, but because of the fact that it's just, I don't know. It's so fun. It gets so crazy sometimes. It's like battles are either over quickly because you didn't get good polls, or they go crazy insane and you just get stupid luck and it's awesome. You know, some runs I've had have gone like completely bonkers, and I've enjoyed every second of it when those runs happened. I'll refresh another time, and then upgrade, because I want to freeze everything. Another impulsive trickster. And Battlegrounds is also nice because it leaves room for me to check Discord in between actual rounds. And check the stream chat. Yeah, this will be a great game to detox. If anyone has any questions about Battlegrounds or Hearthstone in general, I have plenty of ability to answer questions at the moment, given how this game works. Currently, I'm going for demons, and this is a demon. You can see at the bottom of the actual cards what type they are. For example, this one doesn't have a type, this is a demon, well, he's also going for demons, evidently. There's also like pirates, there's quillboars, there's elementals, there's murlocs, there's dragons, there's mechs is another type. But there's also a lot of cards that are just untyped. Like Wrathweaver or Acolyte of Cthulhu or other stuff. See, like, this is a demon, this is a pirate, this is a mech, this is a beast, this is a pirate, and quillboar. Okay. Another impulsive trickster.
It's good to get some minions in play.
Another Wrathweaver.
Kill me with your anger.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We turn up that music a little bit. Do 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 do. But yeah, Wrathweaver says after you play a demon, deal 1 damage to your hero and gain +2/+2. So the more demons I get in play, the bigger these guys are going to get. The bigger these Wrathweavers are going to get. This is the secret guy. Hopefully we get our sklib soon. After you play a minion, your next refresh costs it. Nice, we got our thing. Oh. You count as a demon? No. It's also appropriate that I'm using demons as a demon hunter. Because demon hunters are known to use demons in these games.
Some bumps now and then.
Well, that's a better demon than the one I currently got, so I'll take that. Because this demon makes your other demons have +2 attack and your heroes immune while you have it. Which is pretty awesome. That's also pretty good too. This one says that whenever a friendly demon dies, deal 3 damage to a random enemy minion. So yeah.
You are not out of this yet.
Nope, I know I'm not, Bob. The amount of damage you deal to the enemy hero is equal to your tavern tier plus the tier of your particular minions. So, for example, I have 3 tier 1 minions, a tier 2 minion, and a tier 3 minion.
Keep up the
Currently.
pressure.
That's good. Yep. No, he'll stay there. That's demon.
It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
I'll buy that one too. Because that is also a demon. Yep. Then I'll shuffle again. And there's more demons there. Okay. I didn't necessarily need to sell there. I think I... Well, whatever. It works. You can always just buy cards and leave them in your hand if you want to. Unearthed Underling. Whenever your hero would take damage, this minion gains +2/+2 instead. That's a pretty good thing. That sounds really great with Wrath Weaver. Have I fought you yet? No, I haven't fought you yet.
Don't tell me
This game's a ton of fun.
for you.
I love it. If I can get 3rd Wrath Weaver, that'd be awesome, because I'd love to get golden Wrath Weaver. You scallywags need some gear. 13 damage in the face.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Yep. Yep, they did. Buy that, refresh. Buy that, because now I can get a golden one. Ooh, yeah.
What you were looking for.
Yep. That is exactly what I was looking for. Alright. Golden version of him. Now he gives all of the demons +4. And still makes my hero immune. On top of giving me a triple reward of Tavern Tier 4. So I get a Ring Matron now. Which is awesome. And honestly, I am running into the issue of I don't have enough space to place all my demons. But that's okay. That's ultimately not a big deal. I will get more space later. Especially once I get a golden Wrath Reaver. We are fighting Cariel, who I have not fought yet. Well, the name is Albino, but the name of the character is Cariel Rome. That's why I refer to her as Cariel. Because I recognize her from the Hearthstone campaigns as well as Mercenaries mode.
Friend.
Mercenaries mode is my second favorite mode in this game. Well, I wonder what the golden version of Sklib does. That's very interesting. Would it just be the next 2 refreshes, or would it be something else? Also, yeah, every time one of my demons is dying, this is actually doing that thing, so pretty cool. Wrath Reaver. Smash! We tied! Okay.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
It's going well, Bob. Thanks for asking.
That one might make all the difference.
Yep, it just might. Okay, you intrigue me. Do I want to buy you, though, is the question. And the answer is probably no. Surprisingly enough. At least, I don't have space for you right now. Well, I could sell one of my demons I currently have. Not that one. Sell this one. Because I can just get a direct upgrade with Ringmaker. Sorry. Minions in Bob's Tavern refresh every turn, but you can freeze them to, because right now this would be unfrozen, but you can freeze them to keep them in the tavern next time you load the tavern. That's the reason why I have them all frozen like that. Because it's a demon there, there's a guy who supports demons there, so I want to pick up both of those next turn.
You're doing great out there.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Who knows what his secrets are? I certainly don't. Cobra, Venom Strike. Put a random secret into the battlefield. That's the death battle. Okay, that makes sense. So that guy has even more secrets going on. Interesting.
Good at this.
Secrets upon secrets upon secrets upon secrets. It would just buy 3 things and just buy they. Yeah. Just freeze that because Nezarene Overseer is good. Though I have 6 cards in hand, so I can only get 4 more cards in hand. I wish I could get... we're gonna put you in front. Because that way you die earliest, so I can potentially have 2 spaces for Ring Matron. That's the reason why. Because if I do the Wrath Reapers first, they're not going to die, is the issue. Space is a really big concern in this game, especially as you get later on in the game, because you only have 7 slots that you can put minions in. You can't put any more than that in there. I wish you could. That'd be awesome if you could. I wish you could put
You're
8,
doing
but you
great out
can't.
there.
Cool. So we got Golden Squib now. He has a golden scavenging knife. End your turn, add a random frozen minion from Bob's Tavern. Oh, interesting. Free the minion Bob's Tavern, frozen minions, +2/+1 each turn. And you did. That's a big surprise. Smack. Suddenly, I'm in 2nd place. I went from last place to 2nd place.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Golden! Yay. Okay. Gold grubbers. Okay, so... my cards are having in 8. Let me see if there's more things here. Oh, double bird buddy, but I'm not going for beasts, so...
Another satisfied customer.
Anyway, let's put Squib in front. You after you play a minion, your next 2 refreshes cost 0. Okay. Then tier 5 minion, none of those are great. I need another golden. Need more golden minions. I wish you weren't limited on the amount of space you can put things, because if so, that would make this so much more chaotic, because you can just put so many things down. It'd be cool just to like dump my entire hand onto the field. That'd be awesome.
I think you can win this thing.
Give your minions +1 attack.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
There's a golden. Okay. I'm gonna freeze this. I'm not gonna play anything right now. I'm just gonna freeze it. Do 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 Dragons are not dragons. Demons are the ones I'm second best at. Elementals are the ones I'm best at, but I don't have that many elementals aren't allowed in this particular match. So I went with demons because I'm like, demons are the ones I'm second best at. Third would be beasts. I'm also pretty good at beasts too. For example, I recognize the two Bird Buddy from before. Pirates, Mechs, Quillbores, and Murlocs I'm not super good at. Taunts I'm not super good at. Surtur is actually really, really good at Murlocs, particularly with Shutterwalk, and he has destroyed me before with Murloc Shutterwalks. Shutterwalk Murlocs. Just because of how Shutterwalk works and the fact that you can just keep repeating battle cries over and over. It's awesome.
You
But-
got this. You're way ahead.
Oh, I'm in first place. I didn't realize I'm in first place. Also, I just realized I have the volume turned down on my TV. That could explain a lot. Yeah, beasts are really good, especially late game. Even early game, they're pretty good too. Oh, I wasn't able to kill it fast enough. And they won. Okay.
The battle is really raging out there.
Alright. So, play that, sell it. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh. And let's refresh again, because I have another free one. Impulsive Trickster, okay. Oh,
Another satisfied customer.
play that. Sell that one. Ooh, cool. Now I'll have a golden soul juggler. Which would be awesome.
We take you down.
Be real quick. Oh god, that's really good. Let me just freeze the minions over there. Oh wait, I can't. I'm gonna lose out. I'm gonna lose access to that one because how this works. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. I did not. So, Famished Tell Felbaz is really good. And at the end of your turn, each friendly demon eats a minion in Bob Salmon and gains their stats. And I won. And you did. Oh, wait, no, you have Ice Block. I forgot about that. Oh, wow, because of how their one hero thing works. So they can just continually end up getting Ice Block, I just realized.
Nice
Oh, that's
work
crazy to
out
think about.
there. Keep up the
Okay,
pressure.
now I get a golden Impulsive Trickster. Which is quite nice. Refresh. Another Impulsive Trickster, sure, I'll buy it. And then refresh. Another Impulsive Trickster? Okay, I'll buy it. I haven't found a third Wrathweaver, though. Oh, that's the annoying part. I'm stuck with two Wrathweavers. Okay. I don't know if I want to keep you around, Sklib. I kind of do, though. That's the thing. I kind of do want to keep you around, Sklib. No, I don't. Not at this point. You've served me well. What do I want to play? Okay, I'll play this. Another famous shellback.
You got this. You're way ahead.
Oh, and we might lose this. Yep. I think I'm going to lose this. Yeah, that's just too much damage. Okay. That was fun, though. I got to have fun with demons. I kept having bummed having not enough board space because I couldn't get a third Wrathweaver. I couldn't get Golden Wrathweaver and save an extra
Nice
spot.
work out there. Keep up the
Yep.
pressure.
Find new strategy by unlocking some perks. I will later. Alright. Do another round. With 8 players, being in the top 4 is a win. First place gets to the crown. So yeah, one cool thing about Battlegrounds is it counts as a win even if you get in the top 4. You don't need to get number 1. You just need to get in the top 4, which is a much easier goal to do. You know, in that case we didn't, but it's much easier to do. Okay, out overloot something, or back, or the Horde also grants health. Start the game with 2/2 fish gains all your death battles, make friendly death battle minion golden. Interesting. I have not tried N'Zoth since they got their new thing, so I'm gonna try N'Zoth. Sneed. My arch nemesis, Sneed.
What's his
Sneed, aka random bullshit, go. Oh, they nerfed his ability. Okay, thank goodness. It used to be only 1 coin, now it's 2. But it's still powerful. Anyway, so we start with a fish, because of how your power works. We start with a fish, and we copy death rattles. So we ideally want to be going for death rattles. That's a battle cry, but we want to be going for death
Hire a
rattles.
recruit while you can.
I don't know if Micro Mummy counts as a death rattle. It's a reborn minion. I don't know if that counts as a death rattle. What does your thing do? Start of your turn, add your next opponent's buddy to your hand. Discover playing copy of your minion from what next opponent's warband. Yeah.
You're good at this.
I don't see anything super interesting there, so I'm going to just do this. And there's nothing to unlock in this game mode, by the way. Battlegrounds. There's not much to unlock. It's just fun.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Oh, that reminds me. What's currently stopped? Quill Wars, Demons, and Pirates. Okay, so we're trying to do Death Rattle without demons, which is actually kind of hard. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Recruits for you.
I mean, that's a Death Rattle. Maybe I should be going for Elementals. Who knows? I certainly don't. Alright. But that's a death battle minion. That's a pretty good death battle minion too. Selfless hero, give a random friendly minion Divine Shield. Maybe I want to just do a Divine Shield one? Sounds decent to me. Yeah, I'll do a Divine Shield one. I'll do a Death Rattle Divine Shield one. Because that'll be Max. And Max is cool because Max have Death Rattles, but they also have Divine Shield things and stuff, and
Don't tell the others.
they have magnetic, so you can like attach things to other things, which would be cool. Puzzle box. Yay! I blew up the whole board.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
It's going okay. I'd say it's going relatively okay. Selfless here.
Nothing scares me, except mice.
Nothing scares me, except mice. And we'll probably make, if we're going for Divine Shield, we probably will be making this gold, this golden. Because that will give 2 Divine Shields. Make a friendly Death Rattle minion golden. Yep. I just realized that means that we're going to be able to have 3 different golden divine, golden Death Rattles, which will be interesting. Now that I think about it. Plus, this thing's an 8/4, which is pretty good. Huh. I wonder, maybe how quickly you get it is determined by the tier of the actual buddy minion? That might be. To Chef, you can use your hero power an extra time each turn.
Let's see if you can stay on top.
Oh, wow. That just makes Cookie the Cook even stronger. Marcus. Add the buddy of your hero power to your hands. And me. I'm evidently in first place.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Oh, it's going good. You're a Divine Shield. I'll grab you. And I'll upgrade my servant here. Let's see, beasts, mixed minions, max, Urlocs, mixed minions, beasts, max. Lots of people are going for max, which is unfortunate to me. Well, you're going for max because you have the Tinker ability. That one video title, Bread Boys, but Father's Father appears. I'll have to watch that one later.
Avenge me.
I guess having, oh, actually wait, oh, we don't have crowbars though, so we can't fully do the Divine Shield thing now, I think, right? Anyway, I guess having the thing that does 1 damage to everyone kinda defeats part of the point of Divine Shield. That's a bit of an anti-synergy. Also, we don't have crowbars, so we can't do that one thing that I wanted to do.
It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
That's of course.
I'll save these ones for later.
Nothing scares me, except mice.
Oh yeah, I'll sell this one too. That way I can buy this and other things.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Will do. Yeah, this guy's just very strong. The monstrosity thing.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Maybe not this time the best. Let's go and do that. That's great. Well, oh, there's actually two really good things here. Both Molten Rock and Replicating Menace. You know, if they ever actually, one crazy game mode that they could do if they wanted to at some point, is do dual battlegrounds. And what I mean by this is, imagine a battlegrounds game mode, but where you could have like two heroes teaming up. Because or like they prepared certain heroes to be together. Because I could totally see N'Zoth and Sneed working really well together because of how their hero powers work. Because Sneed is all about adding death vitals to people, and N'Zoth's thing is like, oh hey, I get a fish that absorbs all death vitals. So that's pretty awesome.
I like where you're going with this.
Yep, also I'm going to sell that now, because I don't need that anymore. Also, hey, I got baby N'Zoth. I don't necessarily even want to use baby N'Zoth right now. Oh, hey. Cool. I got a golden version of this now.
Exactly what you were looking for.
Except the mice.
Your death rattles trigger twice. I mean, yeah. Wait, is that a beast? That's a beast. No, I'm taking Reanimating Rattler because this is a beast. So now I can give this beast Reborn, which is just awesome. And yeah, I mainly just played this because of fun. Though I might also start trying to build it up. Who knows? Because I'm thinking of maybe shifting to elementals. Meanwhile, I see that Sneed is Random nonsense go. I kind of want to do max.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Not so good, Bob. Not so good. Alright. I don't need another one of those. I mean, sure. You try to pull me in a lot of different directions, game. Why that? Just like potentially have a golden version.
Need a drink?
Do I want to go for beasts? I mean, my thing is already a beast, so yeah, I think I do. I think I'm going to get away from what I'm currently doing. Yourself that.
You are not out of this yet.
Yep. We're just not having a very good run.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. I like where you're going with this.
Well, that's a death battle beast, so... Oh, you actually have a death battle. Doesn't matter. Oh. Like this. Give that to my two pawns. Let's do this one, and do this.
Little ones with big appetites.
And do this. I'll do you first. I don't think this is going to turn out well, but, you know, I'm going to try. I keep seeing elementals. I'm really tempted to do elementals, but it's like, it's way too late now. If I want to do elementals, I should have done it by now. So I guess I'm just going to take beasts and hope for the best.
You can turn this around.
The reason why you see like that happening is because if there's an odd number of people, then it just pits one person against, you know, the person, whoever's in last place. Whoever is out, and an undead person takes charge of whatever their army was. So, okay, also damage the mix next to whoever attacks. Okay. I mean, yeah. If I'd gone for elementals early on, this probably would have been a very good elementals one, but I did not. And I lost my chance at that because I was too focused on other things. I am also just generally feeling low energy today.
You can turn this around.
This has not been looking very good for us. But, hey. Poisonous Murlocs is a very good strategy. It's one of the best strategies for Murlocs to get working. Going shield.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
That's not bad, because I can give a beast taunt.
I'll save these ones for later.
Yeah, that's a pretty good thing to have. Taunt on beast. Alrighty. We're somehow still alive, though. That's good. And if we can just be in the top 4, then, hey, that'd be a win, you know? You didn't die in the previous match. That was a good thing. We got about 15 minutes left in the stream. So we're winding down. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. Diabolic was a very fun game. It wore through my interest in it just because, you know, I played 4.5 hours of it straight. It's not the type of game that works for that amount of time straight, I guess. 108 games attacked twice. Oh, right. Oh, right. It's this character. Oh, I don't know if this is going to go well, but we'll see. Well, that works, I guess. Well, now I can, if I survive this, I can actually make more things colder, which is quite nice. But I do not survive this. Alright. 7th place. Not great, not terrible. What are my dailies for today, anyway? Draw 30 cards, play 3 games as Druid, Hunter, and Mage, play 3 games as Rogue, Shaman, and Warrior. None of those overlap, sadly. Play 5 games from Ring Standard. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to that round. Let's see if there's something quick and easy we could do. How much currently is this in terms of gold? 1250, okay. I have not spent a single cent on this game, and I do not plan on doing so. This is a free-to-play game purely to me, and I do not actually do microtransactions. At least, not in terms of spending actual money on it. 3 golden minions do not combine into a bigger triple. Yeah, they do not combine into a platinum minion. Okay. Every 4 turns, discover a Dark Moon prize. Discover a Dark Moon prize for the next prize turn. After a different friendly minion gains stats, gain +1/+1 until the next turn. We aren't allowed elementals. If we were allowed elementals, I would go Cthulhu, because this would be great. But we are not. We are allowed Quillbore, but not elementals. I'm gonna go Ticketus. If we were allowed elementals, I would go with Cthulhu, because then we could do Elemental Cthulhu, and that's really, really strong. But Ticketus is nice and solid regardless. So yeah, no Murlocs, no Dragons, no Elementals. I guess I'll go for Quillbores for now. Battle Cry Quillbores. After you play a gold coin, gain 1 gold this turn only. Ah, okay. I see what it is. Here we talking about. I can pick up what they're putting down. Yeah, nothing there super excites me, so I'm just gonna upgrade. We have a Shutterwalk player, and they're evidently going for World Wars. Okay. Now I have Blood Gem. Blood Gems give a friendly minion +1/+1. Quillbores tend to revolve around using Blood Gems. That's their whole thing. They have a lot of cards that either give you Blood Gems or do things when you play Blood Gems on them. Yep, that's why I figured you went for Quillbores, because we both got a Geomancer.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you
Makes you stronger. Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. Even though I'm not going for demons, this is good if I can get that one of those Avenge cards. All three of these are actually pretty good for what I'm currently doing. Tough Tusk is an example of one of those Blood Gem things, where it says after a Blood Gem is played on this, gain Divine Shield for next combat. And this one obviously gives you a Blood Gem, and this summons 2 Imps when it dies, which will be good for a specific thing later. Avenge mechanics. Anyway, so our hero power says every 4 turns discover a Dark Moon prize, and Dark Moon prizes are just a pool of different prizes. Nexus Lord. Arcane Alteration replaces with a minion of 1 having tier higher. Ah! I see. So you turned his hero power into Galakron. Okay. When you have Nexus Lord.
The battle is really raging out there.
Oh, right. You have 3 random friendly minions +1/+1. Discover a minion from Tavern Tier 1. Good stuff. Give minions Bob Tavern +2 health for the rest of the game. I'll take the good stuff. Now, everyone in Bob's Tavern has better stats for the rest of the game.
That one might make all the difference. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. Next.
So I play this on him, and he gets Divine Shield next turn. I'm gonna save my other Blood Gem for the, because if I do, then when next turn rolls around, he won't have Divine Shield anymore after the combat, and then I can play it on him again, and he'll get Divine Shield again. So yeah. Let's see. Pirates, beasts, demons, Wilbur, mixed minions, mixed minions, mixed minions, demons. I mean, of course you're going for demons. You're a Blood Fury. Kilwreck. Death Rattle. Add a random demon to your hand. Makes sense to me. That's a really good ability, actually, now that I think about it. And that's a good ability for that specific character. Granted, that character is rather underpowered, so it makes sense they would have an ability like that, but still.
Good at this.
Thank you. I like to think that I am good at this.
It's not the strongest.
I hear you, I hear you. Well, that's my alarm to end the stream. So I'll do that in a moment, but I want to finish this round of Battlegrounds before we do that. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming to watch. This was a very fun Variety Friday. I just got to play whatever I want to. Feel free to join my Discord or my links in Twitch and also in the description of my YouTube videos. And check out my YouTube channel, Bugboy1014 on YouTube, where I upload the stream archives a week after they are recorded on Twitch. So for anyone who wants to watch the backlog of my streams,
You're doing great out
there
there.
you go. And the reason why they're uploaded a week after is 1, so I can deal with copyright stuff, and 2, that way it gives people more incentive to actually watch the stream live instead of watching the stream recorded. So, yeah. Getting this guy would be cool, because he says Frenzy, gain a Blood Gem, and Frenzy is if he's damaged but not killed. So, basically, this guy can potentially give you a Blood Gem every turn, which is quite nice. But we have not gotten access. We have not gotten access to that guy yet. I'm not going to end the stream right now. Oh, well, here we go. We got Road Boar. Cool. And we got Prophet of the Boar. Prophet of the Boar says once per turn, when you play a Quillboar, gain Blood Gem. Fun fact, I believe Prophet of the Boar is the only card in Hearthstone that has the keyword once per turn on it. I believe Prophet of the Boar is the only card in Hearthstone that has the keyword once per turn on it, which is really interesting to me because that's a very common thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! But I believe it's very rare in Hearthstone.
Violence is usually the answer.
And then, yeah, play a Blood Gem on that. I'll freeze this just because another Prophet of the Boar is good. This basically means as long as I play a actual Quillboar every turn, I should be able to get more Blood Gems every turn. On top of this guy giving me Blood Gems, Road Boar.
Momentum, friend.
And I'll get a Darkmoon prize later. As well as I just got a ticket collector. Yeah, I just got a Blood Gem.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Alright. Grab that. Upgrade our tapping tier. Sell you. Let's refresh. Oh, well then. Let's freeze that. I'm not going to actually sell Geomancer. I'll play Ticket Collector. Double minion stack. Gain 1 gold. This turn only. Return this to your hand again. Turn. Cover minion from your current habit tier. Yeah. The unlimited coin. That's good to me. It's just free gold every turn, basically. Which is quite nice. Anyway, I'll go. I didn't sell the other Geomancer, even though I was going to, because I'm just going to go ahead and buy these two and get a golden version of her. I think this will be one of the best Quillboar runs I've ever had. And we're fighting Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, which is one of the better heroes in this.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
When they actually get their buddy and when they get their hero power going. Because, yeah, this guy doubles all end of turn effects like this, but also like their hero power. This one gets +2/+2 for each friendly golden minion, by the way. And that effect does, at the end of your turn, give you left and right muscle minions +3/+3. Well, now it would be +6/+6. It would actually be +3/+3 2 times. That's what it'd be.
Raging out there.
Discover a minion from your last opponent's warband. For the rest of the game, reduce the cost of upgrading Bob's Tavern by 3 at the end of your turn. Ooh. Your battle cry is triggered twice this turn. Discover a minion from your opponent's last opponent's warband. What was their warband? Oh, wait. I just realized it can give me access to that minion. Yeah, I want to do this. Give me Lucifron. I just stole your minion. Okay. Sell this.
You're down a minion and up a gold.
Play this. Get a Quillboar. Play that. Buy this. Buy that.
And I'll catch you next.
You are not out of this yet.
Oh, come on. I don't want to lose this yet. I just got Lucifron. I haven't gotten a chance to play as Ragnaros the Fire Lord yet. Oh well. I think this might be the end of the stream. No, I survived with 1 HP. Haha. It's not over yet, boys.
How's it going out there?
Interesting. It's going interesting, Bob. Alright. Do that. Do this. Do this.
Stack them tall.
Nice. Tavern 2-6. Omega Buster's interesting. None of those are that good though. Mega Buster's interesting though.
Clear your mind.
Violence is usually the answer.
Alright. I'm gonna do that. Hopefully that will work. We will see.
You are not out of this yet.
Unlimited coin. Ah. This isn't looking good. They got this guy, which is really good. Oh well. We had a good run. Yep. I just got too many blood gems too quickly. Yeah, Baby Kodo really helps. Refresh Bob's Tavern with a minion of each tavern here. I didn't get to use Lucifron. Oh well. That's a good place to end it. Thank you everyone for joining. This is Bugboy 1014, and I'll see y'all later. See y'all tomorrow. Bye.